d3 at some point and target that h1 to a8 diagonal. Yes, as you could see yesterday, it was also amazing view. It's not AI, it's actually the same view as yesterday. You know, it's the pool. Maybe I should jump into the pool so you can see that's actually real. But yes, there's no AI background. There is a pool, and that's the beach, that's the sea. The Caribbean Sea outside of Roatan, Honduras. No moves from Lenier Dominguez. Let's see the other boards then and see what's going on there. Let's go to board 1. The game between David Anton Guijaro and Benjamin Bock. Benjamin Bock had a good start yesterday. He was in the co-lead with Alexander Bortnik in the early stages, and David Anton actually had a tough start. He was at the complete bottom with half a point out of 4, but he won the last round, so he's on 1.5 out of 4. Sorry, out of 5 now. So he got a nice win in the last round yesterday. Maybe he has a good feeling today. Asking about the green screen, yeah? There's no green screen. No green screen. It's all real. All real. It's such an amazing view here. It's a short drive from the playing venue where all the players are staying. And we are here at an amazing villa where one of the organizers lives. So no green screen. It is true. Maybe I should give a challenge. If Bortnik wins, I will jump in the pool. Let's see if that happens. Okay, so here we have a few moves. Interesting start. David Anton moves the pawn to h4, opening up for his queen. It can slide over to h3 at a later stage. And Benjamin Bock responds with the same h7, h5. Yes, Stocking Philosopher, this is where they're playing. They're playing here in Roatan, Honduras, just down the road in a nice resort. That's where we're all staying, but now I'm here making commentary from a very nice villa on top of the hill. Let's go to the board that we have not seen yet. That's the game between Grishuk and Corey, which is an important game considering if you're a fan of Bortnik, because I think Grishuk might be the toughest challenger to the first place. And already we do see that he has sacrificed a pawn. Something has been taken on d5 and Corey has not taken back yet, but he can take back now. And then material is equal again. Again, strange opening as all of them. Pawn on g5 has been played by Corey at an earlier stage, opening up for that queen on h8. I'm expecting him to now take back on d5, but for those following yesterday, you could clearly see that Corey is the one who likes to play with initiative. Doesn't necessarily like to just take back the material. He tries to make active moves and put his opponent under pressure. So we could see moves like bishop b5 threatening to just ruin the pawn structure with bishop takes d3. And he's not in a hurry to take back on d5, but he does indeed take on d5. And the position is equal. Material g3, queen takes d5 is a threat. And bishop c6 will be met by a move like bishop f3. So the big question, do we have moves on the board between Alexander Bortnik and Dominguez? Yes, we do. d4, g5 was on the board. And Bortnik has played h4 at some point. And already I would probably prefer being white. Just the development, it feels very slow from black. Queen g7, I'm not sure what that's all about. I know that bishop h6 was a big threat, but you could maybe have just castled. Because I do see that Bortnik has developed with his knight to b3. The bishop has been developed to d2 and the pawn on h4. has a great position. Maybe he can even consider going h4, h5 with the idea of continuing with h6, threatening that queen on g7. But let's see. I like the start of Alexander Bortnik. He's taking his time now. The pieces are placed. Knight on b3, knight on d3, centrally positioned. Queen is on h1. Could go up to f3 at some point. Hard to say. I would like to try and get c4. So perhaps knight e5 is a possibility with the idea of going c4. Maybe rook c1 even with the idea of c4. But maybe it will just be met by bishop b5. And so maybe it's not the best idea. Maybe you can consider bishop f3, trying to take that pawn with bishop takes d5. Many possibilities for most of the players. Still developing moves in the game between Bortnik and Leonardo Dominguez. I think this game is going to be very exciting. I think I have a feeling like we're going to have a winner in this game. Knight to b6. Maybe he wants to continue with knight to c4, threatening that bishop on d2. So how does Alexander Bortnik want to develop his bishop on d1? I think it should be placed on c2 at some point, so perhaps you can consider c3 or going rook c1 followed by c4 and then put your bishop on c2. But maybe c3 is the most solid option. Just c3, bishop c2, and then you could even consider going long castles even. Many good opportunities here. And now cameras are working. Let's go to the main board. Let's have a look at Alexander Bortnik against Leonardo Dominguez. How are the players looking? Both relatively focused. It's the first game of the day, so they should have a lot of energy. And Leonardo Dominguez, he ended the day with a loss yesterday against Grishuk, so I think he's eager to strike back already and get a win and try to catch the leader, Alexander Bortnik. So this is definitely a huge game for both of the players. I agree, Fischer random chess. I do like how his position is. I don't like the way Dominguez has just wasted a move with queen h8 to g7. It feels a bit slow, and I don't like the pawn structure with f5 and g4. I do like Bortnik having a pawn on h4, and also the bishop on d2 is pretty well placed. And also he's ahead in development, so I do like the start for Mr. Bortnik in this position. So let's see if he plays the idea c3, bishop c2, or if he plays something else. There's many options. But now he's down on time, 19 minutes to 20 minutes. But we're still early on, plenty of time. He made the move. Let's see. He did indeed play c3 with the idea bishop c2. Yes, Wolfsing, the prize is 1 Bitcoin for the winner, and for the second place is half a Bitcoin, and third place is a quarter Bitcoin. Yes, this is an awesome event. There's so many, I agree, so many unique characteristics. Not a tournament you've ever seen before. There's a Bitcoin prize pool, and we're playing freestyle chess in the Caribbean. It's a good question. What else is unique about it? It's a good question. I feel like everything is just super unique. I've never attended any similar event like this. There's one more unique thing actually that I can mention, and that is so this tournament's been going on for the last week, and in between the tournament days we've had a couple of free days, and close to the playing venue there's a room where there's a chessboard. I'll actually just change the camera. Where there's a chessboard, which is being live streamed all the time. It's a DGT live board, It's freestyle chess, and you can challenge the. Basically, it's the king of the hill concept, not the chess variant, but the winner stays on basically. So if you challenge the winner and win, you are basically the king of the hill, and you are on the throne. And whenever you are protecting the throne, you are earning satoshis, which is it's like a crypto for those people understanding what that is. So basically, you're just earning money while just playing as much as you'd like on the throne down at the playing venue. So that's also pretty unique. Jorge Cory has been there for a very, very long time. He's been at the throne for I think 14 hours or something. So he has earned quite a lot of money just by playing there all day. Exactly, Stocking Philosopher, just like an old arcade fighting game. So it's all about just staying there as long as possible and keeping that throne. I've also been there. I've had the throne sometimes. Also, Bortnik has had the throne sometimes, but Cory has been there for the longest time. So that's another fact of what's been happening down here in Roatan, Honduras. Let's go over to the overview of all the games. Qualification requirements for this tournament. There was a qualifier online, chess.com. I do believe Benjamin Bock won that qualifier, so that's why he's here. I'm not sure if there was any other people from the qualifier. I think maybe Grishik was also qualified, and then the rest of the players were invited to this event. For those wondering who I am Grandmaster Johan Sebastian Christiansen, second highest rated player of Norway, 2660. And I also played this tournament, but I was eliminated a few days ago from the elimination stage, unfortunately. Yeah, you can also check out the format on the link that Fisher Random Chess has provided. Then you can read everything about the tournament there. And the games have started to develop. Actually, I would like to turn our attention to the game between David Anton Guijaro against Benjamin Bock, because I do like the development there. Exactly, Hawarad. That's a tough thing by being Norwegian, that you can basically never become number one. So I have to just accept that I'm number two, and there's nothing to do about it. But that's okay, you know. Being teammates with Magnus is such a pleasure, so I don't mind. So the reason I wanted to go to this game is because Benjamin Bock has played the move f7, f5, which is very aggressive, opening up in front of his king. And it feels a bit risky. He's taking control on the king side, but at the same time, I don't like the way you can play f5, but I don't like the combination with h5 because you weaken a lot of dark squares. Let's just look at the g5 square. If white just places a piece on g5, it can never be threatened by a pawn. So that's like the golden square for a knight, or even the bishop. So f5 is very interesting, but probably not something I would recommend playing. But let's see how this one develops. This is an exciting game. David Anton had a tough day yesterday. Benjamin Bock might want to strike back and try to beat David Anton to try to catch the leaders again. Then let's go to Bortnik game. I do see there's some development there. Pawn has come to c4, threatening that knight on d5, and I do see that Lenier Dominguez has moved his queen again. His queen was threatened by the bishop on e5, and it had to move to h6. There could be ideas like knight to d2 check, now guarded by the queen on h6. That's something I would probably calculate immediately. Knight d2 check, knight takes d2, queen takes d2, and I think Bortnik can just play a calm move like bishop to b3, and he should be all good. I do like his position now, Alexander Bortnik, and I do think he is in the driver's seat for this game against Lenier Dominguez. Knight on d5 is threatened and it has to move. Should it go to f6 or b6? That is the question. If it goes to b6, it's threatening that pawn on c4, which is a good thing. And that's why I might expect that to happen. But at the same time, let's just have a look at the variation. Knight to b6. I do see that there's a possibility of Alexander going back with his bishop, bishop from e5 to f4, threatening that queen on h6. And when that queen moves, let's say it goes back to g7, I would like to chase the other knight with the pawn move f2 to f3. And if that knight also has to move backwards, then I think white has an excellent position. So I do like the chances of Mr. Alexander Bortnik here, and let's have a look at the live stream and see how they are looking. Yeah, you can clearly see that Bortnik is very comfortable. He's not even at the board. There he comes back with his coffee. His favorite coffee. He drinks a lot of coffee. Do you think being from Norway, where the GOAT is from, has helped or hurt your career? My guess is he made the chess bigger, which is good, but also makes it hard to stand out beyond some threshold. Well, I don't really see any negative things of being from Norway, where Magnus is from, because yes, as you say, he's definitely helped chess becoming huge in Norway, and it's actually become very popular. It's even broadcasted on television. Big championships like the World Championships are being televised. That's a great scene for me as well. Definitely, it's been a huge inspiration, and I don't think that I don't feel like I'm in the shadows being number 2. Because at the same time, you know, Norway is not a big chess nation, so there's the other GMs behind Magnus are not really feeling like we're in the shadows. We're playing on the same team, we're playing in the Olympiad, and it's just such an honor to be from Norway together with the great champion Magnus Carlsen. So I don't feel like there's any negative things, and it definitely never hurt my career. Dominguez now thinking. He is down to 15.5 minutes, and I think he will actually take quite some time in this position, thinking whether he should go knight to b6, knight f6, or make the move knight to d2 check. And as he's considering all these variations, I do think that he is realizing that his position might not be the greatest. I do think that Bortnik is actually much better. And I think Bortnik knows. If Bortnik wins this game, he is a huge favorite to win this event, because he's just winning a lot of games, taking a lot of points, while the other players are losing back and forth and also making a few draws. But Bortnik is just super solid, making a couple of draws just winning all the other games. It's incredible. Great play from Sasha Bortnik so far. Let's turn our focus back to the overview. Here's the 3 boards. Still, I do find the Bortnik game the most exciting. Let's see what the time situation. We have to turn our attention to board number 1 actually, and let's go to the stream. Let's go to the live stream. Benjamin Book, as we all saw yesterday, he likes to spend his time. He's already down to only 8 minutes, while David Anton has 19 minutes and a good looking position, I would say. Okay. We'll just put this. Let's see. I just had to wipe the camera a bit because apparently the camera was a bit dirty. Is it better now? Yes, I think the camera looks a bit better now. And I actually did see that it was a bit dirty. Now it looks much better. Then you can see a clearer view of where we're sitting. And if you still believe that this is green screen, I'll actually stand up and I'll show you because I don't have a charger. So here you can see, this is what we are working with here in beautiful Roatan, Honduras. No green screen. This is the pool. Now, I hope you all believe me. It's amazing, yes. It's so beautiful. Let's go back to Benjamin Book. He's also very beautiful. Whoa, he made his move g5. Wow, he's super ambitious today. g5, opening up everything in front of his king. I'm not a huge fan of the move, but I am a huge fan of the spirit. I do like that he just goes for it. But he's thinking a lot. He's only down to a bit more than 8 minutes. And David Anton has not spent too much time so far. g5, okay. Let's see. My first idea was just to take that pawn. H takes g5. Bishop takes g5. Bishop takes g5. Rook takes g5. And then the king on f8 is still very open, but I assume that he really wants to go long castle because it's much safer on that side than staying here on the king side. Yes. Stocking philosophy still doesn't believe about that the view is real. That's okay. Maybe I should touch the water at a later stage so you can see that it's actually real. But maybe they do have water green screens, you will probably say. g5 on the board. Benjamin Book plays the move g5. David Anton is thinking g5 on the board. Will he take that pawn, or will he let Benjamin Book continue with his attack with going g4 and f4 and striking towards that naked king on f1? I do believe David Anton is going to take on g5. H takes g5, bishop takes g5, bishop takes g5, rook takes g5, and perhaps the move queen h4, threatening that vulnerable rook on g5, and also keeping an eye on the pawn on h5. Aggressive play by Benjamin Book, but I do think this is favorable for the white side. I do think David Anton has a slight edge here, and will look for going for the win in this game against Benjamin Book. Let's see if Bortnik did play what we spoke about. Back to Bortnik, yes, indeed, he did play knight back to b6, and bishop f4 is on the board, as we mentioned. Queen goes back to g7, as we mentioned, and f3 is on the board, as we mentioned. So everything as predicted, and that's good to see. Then we can kind of confirm that, yes, Bortnik has an excellent position, I'm pretty sure. Knight goes back to f6. It's hard to come up with any good comments about that black position. It looks just very passive. Knight on b6 is threatening that pawn on c4. That's one good thing. But other than that, Lenier Dominguez queen has just been going back and forth. There's no development. Bishop on d8 is stuck. Bishop on e8 hasn't moved. And the knights have been jumping back and forth as well. And just look at the control in the center that Bortnik has with his pawn on c4, d4, and also f3 is getting ready to at some point strike in the center with e4. But at the moment, Bortnik has to be careful with his pawn on c4. He has to protect it. Either he should go c5 himself, or he should try to protect that pawn with either the move knight a5 or the move knight d2. We have seen that he has sacrificed pawns in earlier games, so you never know with Bortnik. He might just do the same here and go long castles and then just try to play for the initiative. So that will be exciting to see. Let's see. Let's just have a look at how they're looking. Here we have them. Mr. Bortnik thinking, should he give up that pawn or should he protect it? Should he push it forward like c5? But then he's giving up this beautiful square on d5. So after c5, knight b d5, threatening that bishop on f4, maybe helps black a bit. Yeah, you can see that Bortnik has enjoyed the sun, enjoyed the beach while he's here, while he's been here. Got some beautiful locks. Drinking a coffee, getting that energy. I think he might spend some time here in this position to figure out how he should proceed. So let's go to one of the other games. Let's go to Grishuk against Corey, which is another important game where Grishuk really is looking to strike back and try to chase Mr. Alexander Bortnik and fight for that first spot. Bishop c2, protecting that knight on d3, getting ready to go long castles. This is a very exciting position, very open, a lot of squares. It's hard to say which color I prefer. I do like the harmony of the white pieces better, but at the same time I do like the way that black bishop on b5 is just pointing towards that queen on e2. Could cause some problems. Perhaps you can follow up with queen h7 and pressure that knight even more. But I do think in general it should be relatively equal at this moment. But we can have a look at the time, and we do see that Grishuk is actually down to only 6 minutes and 45 seconds. So that's one thing to notice, I guess. That might create some difficulties for Mr. Grishuk at a later stage. We do have a question about the Bortnik position, so let's go back to Bortnik. That's here. Knight went back to f6. Does knight f2 make sense for Bortnik? Knight to f2, yes, it does make sense because you're opening up for your bishop on c2, threatening that pawn on f5. So knight f2 could definitely be a move, but he does go c5, inviting that knight to jump into d5. I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. I don't see any reason for the knight to go anywhere else. Doesn't do anything on c4, doesn't do anything on c8 or a4 or a8. So yes, there it is. Knight goes to d5, and now I think he's either going to go long castles, or he's going to play his bishop all the way back to d2, save his bishop. It's a very good bishop, and that knight on d5 can become vulnerable at some point if he can go e4, chase it even more. Yeah, I do think that Bortnik is still playing a very good game. His idea might just be long castles, bringing one of his rooks to e1, and then just play e4, and it will create huge problems for Mr. Lenier in this position. I do think that Bortnik is still much better here, and Dominguez definitely has to come up with a good idea here to be able to save the game. Let's see what he can do. G takes f3 is a possible idea, and if white goes g takes f3 back, you are able to trade off everything with queen takes g1, queen takes g1, rook takes g1, king takes g1, and at least you trade off a lot of pieces. You're still slightly worse, but without the queens it's a bit easier to defend. So after g takes f3, I would assume that Bortnik would probably go e takes f3 just to prevent all these mass exchanges. Exactly. Grotitian. Black development is way behind. Just look at those pieces. Look at that bishop on d8. It has absolutely no future whatsoever. So I guess it's time to try to open up for one of those bishops with c6 or e6. Create some space. Try to get that king over to the queen side. But it will take so much time. And in the meantime, Bortnik will go long castles. He will go rook e1 and he will go e4. And it might be too late for Lenier Dominguez. Let's have a look at the overview. I do see that Benjamin Book has played a nasty move. We have to go there. We have to go there. c5 has been played by David Anton, and we do see that Benjamin Book has to retreat his knight all the way back to a8, where it has absolutely no squares, no future whatsoever. I don't know what happened. The knight most likely started its game on a8, and now it has to go all the way back, and this is not looking good for Benjamin Book. I do think it was way too much to play all this f5, g5, h5. It's taking too much time. In the meantime, his pieces are getting chased, and the development for David Anton is way superior than the development of Benjamin Bock. So I do like the chances of David Anton, and he might be able to actually make 2 wins in a row here. Bishop comes to b3, threatening that rook on g8, preventing castles. So that rook has to move to g6 perhaps, or somewhere along that g line, g file. Let's say rook g7 or rook g6. I do think David Anton is just going to play rapidly and develop his knight from a1 to c2, and then it can continue to jump up to e3 and threaten that pawn on f5. And just look at those pieces compared to white's pieces. There's no development. They're all stuck on the 8th rank and the 7th rank. And David Anton's pieces are working beautifully together, and his position is very safe. Pawn structure is good, and Benjamin Bock's pawn structure is also not the best. So this is looking very good for David Anton, and it's a huge win if he's able to convert this in his own favor. Let's see if there's been any development in the main game of today, which is the game between Bortnik and Lenier Dominguez. c6 was indeed played. He has to make some space for his bishop on d8. I'm guessing long yes, there it is. I'm guessing long castles. Bishop c7. Bishop c7 makes actually a lot of sense, because I mentioned that I really wanted to go rook e1 to play the move e4, but after bishop c7, rook e1, he can actually go bishop d3, targeting that rook on e1 and ruining our plans. So I'm expecting bishop to c7, and then we have to see how can we play e4. Maybe we can play g3 with the idea e4, because then we have a queen on h1 protecting that e4 square. That's definitely a possibility. But bishop c7, I'm kind of expecting. Bishop c7 on the board. Rook e1 not possible due to bishop g3. I'm pretty sure that Bortnik really wants to go e4. So is g3 a possibility or not? g3. If g3, black can go g takes f3, preventing us from going e4. But after g3, g takes f3, e takes f3, I think white should be happy. So I do think after g3, maybe black has to go bishop g6 to take more control over that e4 square. Very interesting position, and it will be very exciting to see how Mr. Bortnik proceeds in this position, because I do think he has a big advantage here, and I think it's time to strike immediately, and before Lenier Dominguez gets to reorganize his pieces and bring that king over to the queen side, and that will make his position slightly better than it is right now. Let's go to the game that we haven't. Where's Bortnik? You want to look at Bortnik or his position? I'll give you a slight look at Mr. Bortnik. Here is Mr. Bortnik, playing with the white pieces, holding his chair for dear life. Yes, after g3, bishop g6. Wow, he plays h5, I believe. I thought I saw that on the camera. h5, he's sacrificing a pawn. I love it, because h5, the idea is if bishop takes h5, he's gonna go e4. e4, f takes e4, f takes e4, and the knight cannot take on e4, because then your bishop on h5 will be hanging. And that is his idea. h5 is a very interesting move. Is it brilliant or is it not? I like the idea, at least. If knight takes h5, what happens? Knight takes h5. I'm guessing he's still going to go e4, and that looks great. So after h5, does Lenier Dominguez have to play h6 himself? He cannot just let Bortnik continue with his pawn going to h6 for sure. And also the other good thing with h5 is that it is controlling the g6 square, so the bishop cannot go to g6. So if black goes h6, then he could play... Now this is difficult, you know? h6, what's this idea? Because h6, if he goes g3 then black can go g takes f3, e takes f3 and then take on h5. So h6, well, the good thing with h6 that it's always going to be a target by the bishop on d2. So h5, it's a good practical way of playing from Alexander. And we do see also that Leonid Dominguez is getting low on time. He's down to only 5 minutes, while Alexander Bortnik is on 9.5 minutes. And this might be crucial for this game. h5 is on the board, threatening h6, chasing that queen even further away, and also preventing that bishop on e8 to get to his favorite square on g6. So let's see, will he go h6 or will he just ignore it and continue his development with the move bishop f7 maybe? Bishop f7 I also don't like, because you might run into knight e5, yes? Bortnik is asking the tough questions, not only tough questions, but he's asking all of the questions basically. He is playing absolutely perfectly at the moment, Alexander Bortnik. Up on time, up on the position, up on the leaderboard. He is in first place. Leonid Dominguez is the one with the big pressure actually. He has to start taking points to fight for that first place. Leonid Dominguez now already spending a few minutes here, down to almost less than 4 minutes. He cannot continue taking this long time for the rest of the game. And just remember, we haven't played too many moves. We're still kind of in the opening stage, and he's already down to less than 4 minutes. This might be disastrous for Mr. Leonid Dominguez, former Cuban player. Let's have a quick look at the overview. I do see, I think we should just have a look. Wait, we have development in the Bortnik game. We have to go there. We have to go there. It's sharpening up. f4. That was not on my bingo card. f4, wow. He is preventing the idea of e4. But also he's creating another weakness. That pawn on f4 will be a weakness for the remainder of the game. But at the same time, he's now threatening to win that pawn on h5. So I guess Bortnik should launch that pawn up one more square. h5, h6. Threatening that queen. Queen has to go to... Yeah, where does the queen even go? That's a good question. h6, if the queen cannot go to g6, you're asking for a discover move with knight takes f4, because the bishop on c2 is lurking behind. So h6, queen g5, then you're also placing yourself in the diagonal of the bishop on d2, so a move like g3 would be very interesting then. And h6, if you move the queen to f7, you're just standing in the way of the bishop on e8, and you're also in the line of the knight, which can jump to e5. And after h6, you can definitely not go queen h8. That's where it came from in the opening. So let's see if Bortnik plays h6, and then where the hell is he going to put his queen? h6 on the board. Where is he going to put his queen? I have no idea. Queen g5 runs into g3, which looks nasty. Queen f7 runs into knight e5, which also looks horrible. He does play queen f7. Maybe he wants to go, let's say knight e5, maybe he wants to go queen e6. This looks shaky, Mr. Dominguez. This looks very shaky. I don't like how you're playing this game. This looks very shaky. I think Bortnik should now sit down, take his time. This is definitely a critical position. This might be the point where the game is decided. Take your time, figure out the next plan. And I think you will come up with a big advantage if you're able to find the right moves. Here, Alexander Bortnik. Queen on f7. King is stuck on f8. If Bortnik wins, he's not guaranteed first place, but he's getting there. To be honest, like he's a point ahead of the field, and with a win, he might even be 2 points ahead, and also with 1.5 point ahead should also be good chances if he doesn't collapse in the last few games. But we've been seeing his games. Yesterday, he's been playing excellently. And today he's playing excellently. We had breakfast together today, as every day, me and Alexander. We spoke about the tournament. He's feeling good. He's sleeping very well here in Honduras. He said he's never slept so good before. He's waking up early in the morning with a lot of energy, had a nice breakfast, feeling good, don't feeling the pressure, feeling relaxed, and that's what's important. G3 he plays. And that's apparently, according to the chat, this is the computer move. And to me, it's, yeah, it was not on my radar. G3, obviously, if f takes g3, you are running into e4. That's why he plays g takes f3 first. And now I guess he's going to go queen takes f3 or g takes f4. This is where the computer food arrives. G takes f4. The only thing I see now is that he has such an advantage when it comes to development, and he has the initiative, he has the momentum, all his pieces are much better placed, the king is safe, but g3, so according to chat, it's the best move, the best engine move. So let's see if he's able to continue. Queen takes f3, queen h5 makes sense. When you're worse, you want to trade off queens. And I don't think this is something that Alexander really wants to do. Queen h5. You know, can you make a move like g4? I'm not sure. Just giving up a pawn for even more initiative. Queen h5. I don't think you want to trade queens. You might though, because after queen takes h5, knight takes h5, I do see that you have the opportunity of going knight takes f4, and you're opening up for your bishop on c2, which is targeting that pawn on h7, and you might get a nice pass pawn on h6. So let's see here. After queen h5, you also have the possibility of just taking a pawn with g takes f4, or knight takes f4, bishop takes f4. All of these moves will end up with a pawn up, so probably this is what he's considering. G takes f4 on the board. Expecting queen takes f3. Pawn up for Mr. Bortnik. He should be quite much better here, but still there's a lot of work to do. Linear Domingue is down to only 2.5 minutes. I do see there's some slight action on the other boards. Let's just go quickly to board number 3. We'll go quickly back to Bortnik's game. Jorge Cory with black pieces against Alexander Grishuk. I was about to say I do like black's position, but then I started counting the pieces, and I do see that Grishuk is a piece up, so I do like white's position. I do think Grishuk is going to win this game, and that is very important for Alexander Grishuk, so he can keep following Bortnik. So this will be Bortnik's main contender for the first prize. Alexander Grishuk, great player, great blitz player, great rapid player. And I do think that Grishuk should win this relatively easily. Just bring your queen back to e2 at some point and start stabilizing with king g2 and starting developing your pieces. So I do think Grishuk is going to win this game, and he will follow Mr. Alexander Bortnik. Queen takes f3, e takes f3 on the board. Pawn up for Alexander Bortnik. He's up on time. Lenier Dominguez getting closer to getting below 2 minutes. He does have double pawns, but they're not the weakest pawns. They're actually doing a great job because they're controlling a lot of squares in the center. Bishop g6, knight e5 immediately by Alexander. Bishop takes c2, king takes c2, and now I guess long castles should be played. You need to connect those rooks. But still, it looks difficult for black. Long castles I'm expecting. Also d6 is a possibility, but no, I don't think d6 is a good move. There's one thing that annoys me a bit with the white position, and that's the knight on b3. I would like to maybe maneuver it, let's say knight c1, and bring it to either d3 or e2, where it's doing a bit better job than on b3 at the moment. If Lenier will castle, I do expect he will castle. I do expect he will go long castle, connecting his rooks. But it's hard to say. It's down to 1 minute and 20 seconds. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Let's go to the camera. Let's go to the camera. Here they are. Lenier Dominguez looking very focused, leaning on the table. Will he go long castles or will he do something else? Yes, if he goes castles, rook g5 is definitely a possibility. Rook g7 is also a possibility. He's having to calculate all of these things, but I definitely like the move rook g5, as it's very hard to chase that rook away. You want to continue with rook d1 to g1 in the next move, doubling up your rook in the g line and taking full control. And Lenier is aware. He goes long castles. Rook g5 immediately by Bortnik. It's playing excellent chess. Rook g5. Lenier Dominguez down to 1 minute only. 50 seconds. Rook g5 on the board, threatening rook g1. Knight on e5 is such a beast. Just blocking out that bishop on c7 and controlling a lot of important squares. Rook g5. Lenier Dominguez thinking. He's getting closer to 30 seconds. Time is ticking. We see Lenier Dominguez's son is in the picture. Now it's gone. What did he play? I do see there's a move. d6 on the board. You should not take that pawn. You should move your knight. Move your knight to either d3 or c4. I think d3 is the square. Knight d3 should be played. Knight d3 should be played. Knight d3 on the board. Still rook dg1 is the threat. And now the bishop on c7 is even more buried. And I do see that the e6 square is also much more weakened, so if a knight can land there in the future, that will be great. But for now, rook g1 is the biggest threat. Lenier Dominguez down to 10 seconds. King d7. Now rook g1 should come immediately. Rook g1 on the board. This is difficult for Lenier Dominguez. This is very, very difficult. Now I think it's time for Bortnik to start rerouting his knight from b3 to c1 to e2 to g3 to f5 or e4. What did he play? Rook f8. Will Bortnik play knight c1? Will Bortnik play knight c1? I think it's time to play knight c1. It's the only piece which is not into the game yet. Bring all the pieces to the party. Knight c1, knight bc1. Last piece remaining. Will he play it? Let's see. He did play it. Knight b3 to c1 is on the board. He's playing amazing chess. King e8. Bring your knight. Knight e2. Let's see. Knight e2 is on the board. King f7. I think you can just continue knight g3. Knight g3. Bring that knight. He also has the possibility of going rook g7 check, but I think knight g3 is an excellent move. I think your rook on g5 should just stay there. Knight g3. Knight g3 with the idea of knight e4 or knight f5. But you can take your time, Alexander. You have more than 4 minutes. Linear Dominguez, only 25 seconds. If you ask the correct questions now, he will collapse. He will collapse. King f7. I think his idea is rook g6. Rook g6 is Linear Dominguez's idea. How do you cope with such a threat? Rook g6 is the idea. Let's see. I think this is very smart by Bortnik, taking his time here. He knows this is a very important stage of the game. He needs to take his time. It's a critical moment. This might be where it's decided. Let's have a just very quick look at the overview just to see if there are any games that are still going. Yes, all games are still going. Knight, I do see the game between David Anton and Benjamin Bock, and for me it's pretty clear that Benjamin Bock will lose this game. David Anton is going to win this game. He has a few passed pawns. His pieces are much more active, and he's just completely winning, to be honest. Yes, David Anton is going to win his game, and it does look like Alexander. Yes, Bortnik has played the move knight g3 to e4. As we mentioned, rook g6 is on the board. Will he go rook g8 or will he take on h6? Now there's a pawn loose. He goes rook g8. Let's turn our attention to the camera. Alexander Bortnik with the white pieces against Linear Dominguez. Knight e4. Rook g8. Rook g8. How do you continue? There is no immediate threat from the black side right now. Maybe rook takes h6 is a threat. So what will he do here? Alexander Bortnik. Linear Dominguez down to only 22 seconds. Bortnik down to 2:30. Still has some time left to think. And he knows. He knows he's got to win. Just to be, if he's precise, he has to win. Let's see. Is f5 a move? f5 could be interesting. f5 could be very interesting. f5, you cannot go rook takes h6 because that is followed by rook takes g8, knight takes g8, bishop takes h6. And I do see on the camera we do have some move. E takes, c takes d6, e takes d6 on the board. And now maybe f5. Will you go f5, Mr. Bortnik? Still possible f5. f5 on the board. Rook takes g5. Knight takes g5 check. King has to move. King has to move to the e line. e8. Rook e1 check. Maybe. Rook f1? That must be a mistake. I'm pretty sure he played rook e1. Yes, rook e1 check. King d7. King d7. Maybe rook e6 is possible. Maybe rook e6 is possible, followed by knight to f2 to g4. I like that idea. Now I want to reroute the other knight. It should go to f2 at some point. Yes, there it is. Knight f2. With the idea knight to g4 or rook e6 first, followed by knight e4 or knight g4. I think rook e6 should come on the board. Knight f2, that's an amazing move. Brilliant move by Alexander. Maybe bishop b6. Maybe bishop b6. Will he play bishop b6, threatening that pawn on d4? Maybe he'll just play king d3 in that case. Rook e8 is on the board. Rook e6 I'm expecting. Rook e6. Rook e6. Looks like he played. Yes, rook e6 is on the board. Rook e6 is on the board. He's now threatening knight e4 and knight g4 with a devastating attack. Rook e6. Linear Dominguez down to 10 seconds. 9, 8. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. He made a move. Did he take on e6? Yes, f3, king e7. Knight should go e4 or g4. Maybe knight e4. Let's see what he chooses. Let's see. He can also bring his king, king d3. King d3 on the board. King d3 on the board. What will Lenier Dominguez? Lenier Dominguez doesn't have too many moves. He just have to shuffle around. Wait for Bortnik to do something. I feel like I did see someone walk behind the game. Let's see if some of the games are done. Yes, it does seem like, yes, Alexander Grishuk won his game against Jorge Corey. So Alexander Grishuk is trying to follow Bortnik in the lead, trying to catch him. So he will be the player to watch. And it also seems like David Anton has won his game against Benjamin Bock. So David Anton has now won 2 games in a row and might feel really, really good going into the last 4 games in the final day of the Bitcoin Chess 960 Chess Championship. King f8 on the board, f4, f5. Great play by Alexander Bortnik. I do think he's going to win this game. He has an amazing pass pawn, and it's well guarded by the f pawn. f5, f5 is followed by d5. So you should be careful. What can you play here? Maybe knight e4. Maybe knight e4 is a good move. Alexander Bortnik, knight e4. Let's see. Trying to remove that defender of that h7 pawn. Connected pass pawns, that is GG indeed. That is scary. Will he play knight e4? Will he play knight e4? Yes, knight e4 on the board. Take, d5, king f3. Knight f5. Knight takes h7 check, and I do think game should be over. Knight takes h7, king is just gonna help that h-pawn, king g4, king g5. No way to stop those connected passers. Let's see. King g4, knight takes h6, king g5, and f5 is going to follow, and those pawns will promote, and the game will be over. So let's see. Yes, king g4 on the board, knight takes h6, king g5 I'm expecting. And if knight g8, and there's f5, and then king g6, f6 check, f7, and that pawn will promote, and white will win the game. Lenier Dominguez down to 10 seconds only. And the video freezes a bit, so let's see if we can go to the direct board. Here it is. This is all live. Knight g5. Okay, so we see there's been some moves happening. He gave up the piece to try and hold the draw in this endgame. Bishop takes a4 is... You have to play, I think. Bishop takes f4, bishop takes f4, king takes f4. And then, can you play knight e6 check? I think you can. Or you can wait. King e3, follow is then knight e6. This is winning for Alexander Bortnik, just he needs to keep his cool. He will win this game. And I do think we should actually switch back to the camera, because the camera is now working again, and we want to see the last few moves, and we want to see the handshake. King g6 on the board. King goes to e3 most likely, knight e6. Knight e6 has the crucial idea of going knight d8 even at some point, but he should be a bit careful here, Alexander Bortnik, to not give him any chances at all with b6 c5. This should be enough for Alexander. King f5, king c2. Whenever you play king c2, white is gonna go knight d8 and gobble up those pawns and create your own pass pawn on d4. So black can't really go king c2 because then knight d8 is gonna land on the board. But what else can he do? King c2 is on the board. I'm expecting knight to d8. Knight to d8 should win the game for Alexander Bortnik. Yes, there it is. Knight d8, king takes b2, knight takes b7, and that knight is just going to jump to a5, take that pawn on c6, king is going to take the pawn on d5, and that is game over. I'm expecting a handshake from Lenier Dominguez any moment now. Game is gonna be over. Alexander Bortnik is going to win this game, and he's moving up closer to that first place and 1 Bitcoin. Knight takes b7, king takes a2, knight a5, and I'm expecting resignation any moment now. There's no way to defend this for Mr. Lenier. Knight a5. Handshake will come at any moment now. Probably now. As Lenier Dominguez realizes that he's losing this game against Alexander Bortnik. He plays on for a bit. King goes to e5. Game is over. Handshake is gonna come. There it is. Alexander Bortnik takes the win again, and he moves up to 5 points out of 6 games, and that's incredible. So only Grishuk is keeping slightly up with him. I think Grishuk is only 1 point behind, so anything can happen. If he loses against Grishuk, it's suddenly a tie for the first place. But definitely a very, very important win for Alexander Bortnik. And for those who didn't see, he actually made a meme at the moment when he left the board, but the camera was not focused there. Very good game by Alexander Bortnik, and that was all the games. Let me just go through the games. We do have the winner in board 1. David Anton beat Benjamin Bock. Second game in a row win for David Anton. And on board 2, we did see Alexander Bortnik beat the strong Lenier Dominguez. And on board 3, Alexander Grishuk defeats Jorge Corey to try and catch up with Mr. Bortnik. So that was round 1 of the day. Now 4 left. Let's see if Alexander Bortnik is able to keep up and continue the great play. He looks like he's in great shape. So next game, round 2, will be at 10:30, which is in 20 minutes. We will have a short break until then. And we will be back around 10:30 for round 2 of today. Round 7 in total at 10:30 a.m. local time here in Roatan, Honduras. See you guys in around 20 minutes. And we're back with round number 7, round 2 of the day here in Bitcoin Chess 960 Championship. Clock is 10:30 and we should start any second right now. Let's go to the full view. Yes, here they are. 2 of the games have started already, and we do see the pawn moves d4 and e4. Let's first have a look at the pairings. We do have on board number 1 Alexander Grishuk, who is now chasing the leader Alexander Bortnik against David Anton Guijarro. And then board 2 we have Jorge Cori with the white pieces against the tournament leader Alexander Bortnik. And on board 3 we have Lenier Dominguez with the white pieces against super solid Benjamin Bock. So here we will definitely focus mostly on board number 1 and board number 2. Bortnik is in the lead and Grishuk is most likely the only candidate to be able to chase him down. Therefore, those 2 games will be the most important for us right now, and Bortnik is in the lead, so we will go directly to his game now, board number 2. And just a few moves are on the board. d4, d5, knight to d3. Me and Bortnik were playing a few games yesterday of freestyle chess, and then I was playing with the black pieces and I was just copying every single move that he played. And he said that this is kind of the right way to play freestyle chess when it's blitz control or rapid time control. You just copy your white player's move, and then white basically has to spend all the time to figure out where the pieces should be placed and what the plan should be, while black is just saving time and just copying white and getting a lot of time to figure out the position while white's clock is ticking down. So maybe that's his plan, and to just copy Jorge Cori and play knight d6. Let's see. Bortnik has played also many games against Jorge Cori during this tournament here in Honduras, not only just in the tournament but also outside of the tournament in this King of the Hill concept that I explained a bit earlier today. And Cori has actually had quite some good results against Bortnik, and I know that Bortnik, he told me that he doesn't like to play freestyle chess against Cori, so let's see if he feels this psychological pressure in this game. But here he doesn't copy, he plays knight to b6, so no more mirroring from Bortnik, but at least he keeps up the speed and he's not spending too much time on the game so far. Let's just have a look at the players. Here they are with a nice tournament logo in the background. Bitcoin Chess 960 Chess Championship 2026 here in Roatan, Honduras. Round 7 out of 10. Alexander Bortnik in the lead with 5 points out of 6 possible points. That is actually like insane score in this field. Very strong. Here he's looking a bit tired, but at least he has his coffee. This is probably his 6th or 7th coffee of the day. He already had a few coffee cups in our breakfast today, so maybe this is his recipe to win this tournament, just to drink a lot of coffee. Knight b6 on the board. Jorge Cori is thinking, and Cori is one of those players who usually doesn't spend too much time thinking. He likes to play fast chess and not think too much and try to put the player under pressure, both on the board and also on the clock. Let's go back to the overview. And let's see, Alexander Grishuk and David Anton also a similar position. Also kind of copying each other with a small pawn trade in the middle. Knight d3 is on the board by Alexander Grishuk, pressuring that pawn on e5. Will you defend it, or will you attack the e4 pawn back by going knight to d6? Sugswang light is how Mr. Erlen is describing that situation, or what Jonathan Rosen said at some point, when you're just basically if you're just copying your opponent's moves, and that's some kind of symmetrical in symmetrical openings, and that extra move is kind of a burden because you are the one having to figure out where to put the pieces, what plan to make, while the other player is just waiting to see what you are doing f6 is on the board from David Anton. David Anton is feeling slightly better today. He had a tough start yesterday, not scoring too many points, but he won the last game yesterday, and he also started off by beating Benjamin Bock today in the first game, so he has 2 in a row, and that's good news for the Bortnik fans. So they're hoping for him to steal a point or a half point from Alexander Grishuk, so he could help Bortnik win the tournament. And we do see that, in matter of fact, they are copying each other in board number 2 between Jorge Corey and Alexander Bortnik. He is just going for the plan that he mentioned yesterday, to just copy White's moves and save time, because time is a huge factor in this tournament, in this game, and especially in rapid chess. So maybe that's his tactic for this game. And also Alexander, he knows that Jorge Corey is not a player who just plays solidly and wants to make a quick draw. He's the one who just tries to win every single game, whether he has 0 points, whether he has 10 points. Jorge Corey is going for the win, whatever the situation is. So he knows, Alexander knows that Jorge Corey is going to give him chances. So if he just sits down and wait, and here we see just copying the moves, Alexander just copying his moves. h4, h5, bishop f4 is on the board. Will Alexander play bishop f5 and still continue the copying of moves that we are about to see? And as you can see, the video is a bit behind. So bishop f4, will he continue with copying the moves with bishop f5? That would be a bit hilarious, especially because we spoke about it yesterday, that this is the best way to play. There it is, bishop f5 is on the board. He's just copying. Queen h2. Come on, Alexander, let's see queen h7. At some point, Corey will have to make a big decision. But Bortnik should just play fast, copy the moves, queen h7. There's no pressure on Bortnik. He's in the lead, he's okay with the draw. He doesn't have to do anything special in this game. It's all about Corey having to make the chances. Queen h2, still thinking here, Bortnik, whether he should find his own plan or go queen h7. I do have a feeling he's gonna go queen h7 and just continue the copying. At least that's what I would do. Copyright strike alert, definitely. And let's have a look at board number 1 again, because this is also a very important game for us. There's Grishuk against David Anton. Grishuk has been showing some great chess in this tournament. He's been able to kind of be the only one who can chase down Alexander Bortnik. He's still, point behind, but still he's within striking position. And at some point they will play in this tournament. And if Alexander Grishuk beats Mr. Bortnik, then it's all up for grabs again. So let's see how this game goes. David Anton, knight d6, bishop f3 from Alexander Grishuk. I do like the start for Grishuk here. I like the piece placement for the bishops, the bishop on f4 and bishop f3. I like how they're pointing towards that queen side. Also the bishop f4, sometimes maybe it can take that knight on d6 and just completely ruin the pawn structure for black. So good start from Grishuk. I'm seeing this position as very, whoa, g5. G5, that's very optimistic by David Anton. G5 on the board, threatening that bishop on f4. If it moves, the pawn is going to continue going down to g4, and eventually that pawn on e4 will be dropping. Therefore, I expect Grishuk is going to take on d6, bishop takes d6, check, c takes d6, and then perhaps a long castle might be in the air. And I'm not sure if g5 is such a necessary move, because it's weakening a lot of squares in front of the king, also the light squares. So yeah, I'm not so sure about this one, to be honest. g5, nothing that I would expect, and not a move I would play myself. But let's see, g5 is on the board. I'm expecting bishop takes d6, followed by either long castles or even knight b3, or even short castles. Actually, short castles is also possible. So let's see. Bishop d6 is what I'm expecting. Let's go back to our board 2. There is... Okay, so Bortnik did not copy him with queen h7. He decided to make his own plans, but okay, here it is again. Queen h7, bishop e2. Still quite a similar position, but queen h7, bishop e2. He's getting ready for long castles. And it's a bit tricky for Bortnik now, because he would like to do the same. He would like to go c6 or e6, developing that bishop on d8 to a better square. But at the moment, he's not able to do so, because if he plays c6, if he plays e6, bishop takes d6 will come with force, and he will win a pawn. So that's not possible. Maybe that's something he forgot about, Alexander. I'm starting to like Jorge Corey's position now. I like the way he's placed his pieces, and now he's getting ready to go long castles himself. Let's see what Alexander plays. It looked like he played a move. He plays rook c8. He plays rook c8. Interesting. So he doesn't want to go long castles. He's getting ready to go short castle. And I do think that at some point he's just going to sacrifice that pawn on d6 at some point. But yeah, rook c8 is on the board. But I do like Corey's position here. I do like it. Will Corey go long castles, or will he go short castles? That's the question here. If you're following the spirit of Corey, he would go long castles, but if he wants to be more solid, and the move that I think might be the best move is to go short castle, play it more safe. I do think that he's slightly better now, so he should just take it slow and play it calmly, cool, calm, collected, and develop his pieces normally, and at the correct point just strike in the center. So rook c8 on the board. Jorge Corey is thinking. They're both around 20 minutes, so nothing extraordinary. Let's have a look at the older boards and see if there's something that's looking a bit strange or interesting. We are basically focusing on the board 1 and board 2, but let's also make a few comments on board 3. We do again see Benjamin Book is taking his time. He's down already to 16 minutes, and they have only made 3 moves. Well, he has only made 2 moves, and Dominguez has made 3 moves. G4, H4 on the board. Very aggressive by Linear Dominguez, but we do have seen in most of the games that those players that goes aggressive with G4, H4, they do often end up in trouble. Those pawns, they end up being a bit vulnerable and weak in the endgame. So let's see if this will happen again with Linear Dominguez. But I think Linear Dominguez, after loss against Alexander Bortnik, might not feel the best and might not be super confident in this game against Benjamin Bock. It is basically mainly now about Alexander Grishuk and Alexander Bortnik about that first place spot, and all the other ones are fighting for those other places. If Bortnik is the lowest rated player in the field, someone in chat is saying, if you go by peak rating, that is possible, but I would probably guess it's Benjamin Bock, maybe it is not. Maybe you could be very nice with us and list up the peak ratings of all the players and then see how close it is. Also, it's worth to mention that Alexander Bortnik is not really playing too much classical chess, and if you compare his blitz rating, for instance, he will probably be one of the highest rated by far, as his blitz rating is sky high. And we do see that Grishuk did not take on d6 actually. He moved his bishop all the way back to d2, and we do have a castles on the board. But I don't like that you're castling and you have played f6, g5, Mr. David Anton. I do think that's very, very weak, and I do think that Grishuk is going to take advantage of this. That's why I don't think he's going to go short castle. I do think he's going to go long castle. Yeah, there it is. just when I was saying it. Long castles, and he's going to try to attack that vulnerable king on g8 with that stupidly placed queen on h8. For instance, white can go g4, h4, and already there's an attack. Yeah, no, I don't think f6, g5 was the best way for David Anton, and I think Grishuk has great chances to win this game. Let's go to Bortnik's game again. Bortnik has left the board. He's confident. Maybe he's picking up another coffee cup. We don't know. But he's walking around very confident. Jorge Corey taking his time, thinking a lot here, actually, Corey. That's not his style. He's down to 16 minutes. They have huge respect for Mr. Bortnik now, because he's crushing everyone. So maybe they're all just scared of playing him. Bortnik peak elo 2610, Benjamin Buck 2645, Corey 2689, and David Anton 2703. I guess Bortnik's peak rating is probably where his rating is now. I guess it's around 2610 at the moment. And obviously Dominguez and Grishuk are way ahead of 2700 with the peak rating. Grishuk was even 2800 as far as I know. Yes, honorable mention, my name has been mentioned in chat. Johann Sebastian Christiansen, peak rating 2664. That's nice to hear that I'm also... Okay, actually we have to turn our eyes into board 1. As I mentioned, g4 might be very interesting. g4 is on the board. I like that I'm able to predict many moves in this tournament. g4 on the board, h4 is gonna come next. And to be honest, I hate David Anton's position. It looks absolutely horrible. A knight might even land on f5 at some point. Just imagine knight b3, knight d4, knight f5, followed by h4. This looks dangerous for David Anton. He should be very careful. Knight b6 is on the board. I'm expecting either knight b3 or h4 to happen. Maybe, I mean, knight bc4 might be an idea. But I don't think you're going to prevent it. I think h4 is a good move. But knight bc4 is going to land on the board. Maybe king b1 actually. King b1 might be a very good move. King b1, knight bc4, and just place your bishop on c1. It's very secure. You're also protecting that b2 square. So maybe king b1 is a great move here. King b1 is my suggestion to happen on the board between Alexander Grishuk and David Anton. Let's go there and look at the screen. Knight b6, king b1 is my suggestion. Let's see if Alexander Grishuk is thinking like Norwegian Grandmaster, or he's going to go crazy with h4. There's nothing that has happened between Corey and Bortnik yet, so that is great news for Bortnik fans. Jorge Corey is still thinking. He's now been thinking for around 6-7 minutes, which is quite a lot, and you don't have all the time to think about these moves, especially now in the opening, down to 13 minutes. While we're watching Alexander Grishuk with the white pieces against David Anton Guijarro. Grishuk now taking his time. Will he play king b1, followed by bishop c1? Will I continue my streak of predicting the moves? King b1, bishop c1. Alexander Grishuk thinking here. Down to 15 minutes and 40 seconds. Both looking very concentrated. Is he about to make a move? He makes a move. Let's see what he played. King b1 on the board. King b1 is on the board. That is excellent. Predicted. King b1 is on the board. Very well by Alexander Grishuk, preventing that knight bc4 threat. Getting some room for his bishop to go bishop c1, and then he can continue developing knight b3, knight d4, knight f5, h4. Exactly, Norwegian school of chess. This is maybe Alexander Grishas has attended some of those classes, as I correctly predicted his move. There has been still no more moves. Jorge Corey, wow, he's down to 11 minutes and 50 seconds. Has there been a draw for? I don't think so. I do think Bortnik is ambitious that he wants to win this game, so I don't think he has offered a draw. Corey is just thinking for almost 10 minutes now. This is incredible. Has he just completely frozen? That's always a good sign, because if you think for such a long time, it's often a sign that you are unsure about what to play, and often you make a slight inaccuracy. So let's see what Corey ends up playing. And in the meantime, sun has risen, and it's beautiful weather. It's hot outside, enjoying by the pool in the shade, watching some chess. Bitcoin Chess 960 Chess Championship here in Roatan, Honduras. 1 Bitcoin is up for grabs as the first prize, half a Bitcoin for second prize, and a quarter Bitcoin for third prize. Jorge Corey getting almost below 10 minutes. This is incredible. What's happening? What is he thinking about? Rook C8, was it such a good move that he has no idea what to play? I think it's time to go short castle. I don't think you should go long castle here, Jorge. It looks a bit dangerous, especially considering your time management here. Yes, nice weather today as well. Always nice weather here in the Caribbean. It's amazing. Couldn't ask for a nicer place to be during this tournament. Let's switch to the screen. Let's see how they're looking. Alexander Bortnik looking a bit bored. Just enjoying, I guess. It's good to see no nerves. Jorge about to make a move. He goes long castles indeed. Wow, he's very ambitious today, Jorge Correa. Spending 10 minutes and he goes long castles. He's going for the win. This will end up with a winner, I know already. This will not be a draw, either a win for white or a win for black. You heard it here first. Now I think Bortnik is probably going to outthink, because going long castles is a drastical choice. But it's hard to do something for Bortnik. He cannot go e6, he cannot go c6, the knight on d6 is stuck. Will you move the knight? Will you move some of the pawns? I don't know. Knight moves to c4. Entering that queen side towards that king on c1, and also now he's finally ready to go either c6 or e6, develop that bishop and get that king to safety. So let's see if Jorge Correa can continue playing a bit faster. g4, holy, okay, g4. Wow, people really like to destroy their own pawn structures in freestyle chess apparently. I do not like g4. I would prefer if you go f3 first and then g4. g4 is not something I would recommend. g4, you have to take on g4, h takes g4, bishop takes g4, and I do think this is already starting to look good for Bortnik again. Obviously not any winning advantage, but I do think that g4 was a bit too drastic. I think he could take a bit more time and go f3 followed by g4, not g4 immediately. So Bortnik is now thinking, should he take on g4 or should he back up his bishop to g6? I do think he should just take on g4. But he's taking his time. Focus, Bortnik, focus. That's what your chat is saying. Bortnik's thinking. Bortnik has 18.5 minutes against Jorge Correa's 10 minutes. Let's go to board number 1. Alexander Grisham with the white pieces against David Anton. We did see king b1, knight c4, followed by bishop c1, and then b6 was played by David Anton, getting ready to put his bishop on b7, targeting that e4 pawn. And I do think knight b3 is in the air, but after knight b3 I don't think black is going to go bishop b7, because after bishop b7 there is knight to d4. So I do think that David Anton's idea is after knight b3, he's going to prevent the knight from going to d4 by playing c5 himself. So knight b3, then David Anton is going to play c5. That's why I don't think that Grishuk is going to play knight b3. I think he's considering either going h4 or to play b2, b3, chasing that knight, and perhaps landing his bishop from c1 to b2, and pointing towards that queen on g7 and also that king side. So b3 is maybe a good choice. I don't know. It's chasing away that knight, but also you're kind of closing down your own knight on a1. So there are pros and cons. So let's see what Grishuk ends up doing. And I do see we have a few moves on the game between Jorge Correa and Alexander Bortnik. They did exchange all pieces on g4. I do think that was the wisest decision from Bortnik. And I do think that he should make a move like knight f6, followed by e6, and get his king to safety. He plays b6. Idea is c5. Pretty straightforward. Let's see if Jorge Correa is now going to double his rook along the g line. Rook dg1. Setting up an attack towards that g7 pawn. Is that something to consider? Jorge Correa almost below 10 minutes now. Having to make some important decisions now. Should he play more positionally, or should he continue in his own style and try to attack and give checkmate to Alexander Bortnik? How's it going? Darnies28 is asking. Well, it's going very well for Bortnik chess fans. Alexander Bortnik is in the lead with 5 points out of 6 in the tournament, and he has a good position now, I think. It's very unbalanced, but I think the main difference is the time management. Jorge Correa is spending a lot of time. He's down to only 9 minutes now, and Bortnik has 17 minutes. So there's no real advantage on the board, but the position is very unbalanced, but it's all about that clock. Jorge Correa now taking his time. Does he have time to think for such a long time? Let's see. Let's see what's going on in board number 1. Yes, in matter of fact, this all happened. Knight b3, c5 is on the board. Jorge Correa, no, not Jorge Correa. David Anton is playing what we mentioned, knight b3, c5. And let's see what Grishuk wants to do here. It's time to go. Yes, h4, it's on the board, trying to open up in front of that king. This is the correct way to play for white. h4. Will you just let it stay, or will you try to protect the pawn with h6? That's the real question for now. h4, and let's see. Grishuk has spent the most time. He's down to 11.5 minutes. David Anton is at 14 minutes, so slight time advantage for Mr. David Anton, but nothing special so far. Let's just turn over to the overview and see what's up in all the games. h4 was played on board 1. David Anton played bishop e7, targeting that e4 pawn, which can be weak, but it can always be protected from the rook on d1. It can just move one square over to e1 and protect that a bit more. So let's see. Alexander Grishuk, rook d to e1 is possible. H takes g5 is possible. We do have a move, we see. Jorge Correa has played knight e5 after quite a long thing. He's only down to 7 minutes. He's 10 minutes behind Alexander Bortnik, who has 17 minutes. This might be critical. Knight to e5. Knight to e5. It's a very direct threat. He wants to take on d7, of course. So what happens if we take that knight with our knight on d7? Knight d takes e5. Pawn takes e5. Now the rook on d1 is threatening to take on d5. So a move like e6 would make sense. getting ready to develop our bishop on d8 to e7, and then perhaps going long castles. That looks very natural. Let's see if that's what Alexander Bortnik opts for, or if he comes up with something even smarter. He also has, yes, exactly, he also has the option of leaving the knight on e5 with going knight f6 tempo on the rook on g4. Rook has to move, but where? Probably to g2. So it can double up with the other rook going to g1 in the future. Rook g2 is expected. Rook g2 is on the board. And let's see. He's speeding up now, Jorge. Jorge Cori from Peru. He's playing good chess, but Alexander Bortnik has played much better chess than everyone else in the field here. Rook g2 is on the board. Will Bortnik just leave his knight on c4? I think he can. I don't think he has to move this knight. I think he can just continue with maybe, yes, c5 or e6. c5 is on the board. It's very aggressive. He's keeping up with his speed, Alexander Bortnik, putting pressure on Jorge Cori's clock. D takes c5 is possible. B takes c5, knight takes c4, d c4, knight d2 is possible. It's very, very unbalanced. Very hard to say who's better here. I would probably go d takes c5, b takes c5, knight takes c4, d takes c4, knight d2. I think that's a good opportunity from white. Yes, let's see. D takes c5, b takes c5. Will this happen? Or is Bortnik just gonna ignore it, not take it back even? Is he going to go knight takes e5? I don't think knight takes e5 is a good move. I think he has to go b takes e5. Let's go to the camera. That's not them. This is them. D takes c4. If b takes c5, I do expect knight takes c4. Wait, hold on. B takes c5, knight takes c4, d takes c4, runs into knight takes c5. And the knight cannot be taken because of rook takes d8. Has Alexander Bortnik missed this? Maybe he has missed this. Is that why he is taking his time now, Alexander Bortnik? Let's see, it looks like he's making a move. B takes c5 on the board, but what happens, Alexander Bortnik? Knight takes c4, d takes c4, knight takes c5. Isn't that just a pawn down? Isn't that just a pawn down? What is your idea, Alexander Bortnik? Knight takes c5, knight takes c5. What is your idea? That's just a pawn. Yes, you do have a lot of compensation, but is it enough? Knight takes c5. Where are you going to place your king, Alexander? He plays knight takes c5. Look at Alexander Bortnik. Is it a surprise? Is it not? This looks dangerous. I think Jorge Cori is in the driver's seat. Short castles from Jorge Cori. Now I'm expecting maybe knight a4 to bring your knight back to c3, or even rook dg1. But now he should be careful. His knight on c5 is hanging. He should move his knight. Knight a4 I'm expecting. Knight a4. Knight a4. Knight d7 is even possible. Knight d7. I think Jorge Cori is in the driver's seat. I think Jorge Cori is in the driver's seat. I think Alexander Bortnik blundered this one. But he's very short on time. Only 5.5 minutes for the white player Jorge Cori, Peruvian Grandmaster. Can he keep his calm in such a nerve-wracking situation? Short castles. He's getting low on time now, Jorge Cori. 5:15 on the clock. He's considering many options. Knight d7 is possible. Knight a4 looks more natural. Bring your piece back to defend your king. Knight d7 is exchanging some pieces, which also might be beneficial. But knight a4 is probably my preferred line. Knight a4, bring your knight back to c3, play your bishop to e5, bring your other rook to g1. This does not look good for Alexander Bortnik. The only good thing is the clock situation. 15 minutes and 48 seconds for Alexander Bortnik. Jorge Cory down to only 4.5 minutes. This is where it's going to be decided. It's all about the clock. Jorge Cory is better in this position. Alexander Bortnik is worse, and he knows it, but he knows that he is ahead on time and that this is an important fact. 97 on the board, trying to trade off pieces. Will you take on d7, or are you going to go c3? I don't think c3 helps you. After c3, white will just go b3, and the king looks actually quite safe. 97 on the board. Knight takes d7. Rook takes d7. White. This looks very good for white. You have to put pressure on the clock here, Alexander Bortnik. You have to put pressure on the clock. How is the situation on board 1? How is the situation on board 1? Alexander Grishuk with the white pieces against David Anton. To me, it actually looks like David Anton is kind of not safe, but at least a bit safer than he was earlier, which is good for Bortnik fans. But I do think still it is an advantage for Alexander Grishuk, and he's definitely pushing for the win here against David Anton. And I'm trying to look at the time situation, but the time is so hard to see. It looks like, yeah, I have no idea actually what their time is. It's so hard for me to see. Rook b8 is on the board, putting more pressure on that e4 pawn. Let's see how those guys are looking. Yes, here I can see the time a bit better. They both have 9 minutes, so nothing special here. Both with a very nice back posture. David Anton in the red shirt with the black pieces. Alexander Grishuk on the left side with the white pieces, looking down at the board. Let's move back to our board 2. Jorge Cory with the white pieces against Alexander Bortnik. They do trade on d7. Queen f5 quickly played by Alexander Bortnik, threatening that rook on d7. Jorge Cory down to 4.5 minutes. Having to move that rook. Where does it go? Does it go all the way back to d1, or do you take that pawn on a7? If he takes that pawn on a7, he is the most crazy player I ever met. You do not need that pawn. You're opening way too many lines towards your own king. That's why I'm expecting him to go all the way back to d1 and getting ready to play rook to g1. Also, you do have the opportunity of going queen g3 in this position, actually. Maybe queen g3. Queen g3, I think, is the best move. Queen g3 is threatening checkmate on g7. And if he plays g6, you can play the move queen to g4. You would like to trade off the queens and go into the endgame because you're a pawn up. Your pieces are more active. Queen g3 is on the board. This does not look good for Alexander Bortnik. This does not look good for Alexander Bortnik. Here they are on the camera. Queen g3 is on the board. If he's able to simplify the position, then Bortnik will lose the game. Queen g3 is on the board. g6, queen g4 is expected. Yes, there it is. This does not look good for Alexander Bortnik. I do think Alexander Bortnik will lose this game, unfortunately, but let's see. Jorge Cory is very, very short on time. h5 is also a massive threat, opening up towards that king on g8. That king is super naked. This looks very difficult for Alexander Bortnik. Where is he moving his queen? Queen to a5. Queen to a5 maybe. Threatening c3 or queen e1 check in some lines. Queen a5. Queen a5 is on the board. Do you have time, Alexander Bortnik? Sorry, Jorge Cory, to play h5? That is the real question. h5. Can you play h5? h5. Then c3 is gonna be on the board. h5, c3, b3, queen takes a2, threatening mate on a1. This Also, it's worth to mention that the rook on c8 might be hanging in many variation, because that queen on g4 is pointing towards that rook. So if that rook moves to d1, for instance, that rook is hanging. This is very exciting. This does not look good for Mr. Bortnik here, and I think he knows. But will Jorge Corey find the correct moves? Or will Jorge Corey win this game? Let's see. If h5, I'm expecting black to play c3, trying to make a mess in front of that king, and I think that's what Jorge Corey is trying to calculate now. h5, c3, what does he play? This looks very, very dangerous. Jorge Corey is spending a lot of time now, down to 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes calculating all these lines. Is he in time to play h5? Should he move his rook from d7 to somewhere else to attack that rook on c8? I think he has to go for it. h5, this is gonna be a mess. The more time you spend now, Jorge, the harder it will be for you to respond to all these threats after c3. Exactly as the chat says, the time situation may be the factor that saves Alexander Bortnik from a loss in this game. This is now very exciting. I'm expecting 8. Yes, there it is. h5 is on the board. Bortnik, I'm expecting him to go c3 and just create a huge mess on the board. c3. No, he goes rook c6. Rook c6 was mentioned in the chat. I expected maybe c3 just to make a lot of mess, but rook c6 is apparently the best move according to the engine. c3 again is the idea. Queen takes a2 is also looming. So let's see. Rook c6, protecting that pawn on g6. Is this a move that Jorge Corey expected, or was he only calculating the move c3? Down to 1.5 minutes. Jorge Corey, Bortnik is up by 12 minutes. He takes g6. Now, are we expecting rook takes g6? Rook takes g6 is gonna be followed by queen to f3 or h3. Or will Bortnik play the move f takes g6, which looks very risky? But still, he is under pressure here. Alexander Bortnik is definitely under pressure. This is not easy. This is not easy at all. Let's see what he goes for. F takes g6. What can white play there? That's a good question. Maybe queen f3. Maybe queen f3. You're threatening that rook on c6. You're also threatening to trade off the queens with queen d5. F takes g6. I'm expecting queen f3. F g6. Then I'm expecting queen to f3. I'm expecting queen to f3 basically whatever he plays. Rook takes g3, queen f3. F takes g6, queen f3. If Corey will be able to trade off the queens, it will make his situation much easier, considering also the position and also the time situation. Down to 1:30 seconds. Alexander Bortnik, 11.5 minutes. F takes g6. The chat is screaming for f takes g6. I think after f takes g6, queen f3 will come on the board, threatening that rook on c6, also threatening queen d5 check. And his pawn structure will not be the most beautiful after f takes g6. Isolated pawn on a7, isolated pawn on c4, isolated pawn on e7, and another isolated pawn on g6 in that case. He's thinking now for a long time. Bortnik, I'm wondering if rook c6 was the best practical move, or if c3 may have caused more issues for Jorge Cory with being so low on time. F takes G6 on the board. I'm expecting Queen F3 now. Let's see Jorge Cory. He is hesitating. We see on the camera, hesitating. He moves his queen to F3, yes. There it is. Did Bortnik see this move? Queen to F3. Yes, he's threatening to take that rook on C6, but more importantly for white, he wants to go Queen D5 check. Exchanging those queens and making it much easier for white, and he will have a winning position if he's able to trade off those queens. So let's see, can you prevent this, Mr. Bortnik? It looks very difficult. It looks very difficult. I don't see how he can stop this. He will have to... No, he cannot even make a move like Queen A6 because there's more threats. There's Queen D5 check and the Bishop on D8 is also in huge trouble. I don't think this looks good. I don't think this is good. I see chat is mentioning Rook F6, but after Rook F6, Queen D5 check looks just monstrous. This has to be losing for black. Queen D5. I don't see how Alexander can do something about this big threat, and I think if Cory can exchange those queens, it will make it so much easier for him when it comes to that clock situation. Let's see. And he's also a pawn up, and all those weak pawns around the board will most likely drop, and white will win the game in that case. Rook E6 is on the board, expecting Queen D5 to come. This game is not the final, but this is the final, yes. The final day. We are playing 10 rounds. We played 5 yesterday and there's 5 today. This is round 7. So after this there will be 3 more rounds. Queen D5, Queen takes D5, Rook takes D5, Bishop B6. I do think this makes it a whole lot easier for white now. King goes to D2. King is gonna go run up the board to C3. Try to win that C4 pawn. All black's pawns are super weak. This does not look good for Alexander Bortnik, and I do think Jorge Cory will win this game. Without the queen, it's much easier to play with being low on time. And I think it's very, very difficult for Alexander Bortnik, and he, unfortunately for himself, he is totally aware of his situation. Yes, Mr. Bortnik is in the money. He is currently leading the tournament with a point, and he is kind of still the favorite to win that 1 Bitcoin prize. So talking about that, let's look at his main rival, Alexander Grishuk. Let's see how he's doing against David Anton Guijaro. Alexander Grishuk with the white pieces here, still pushing against David Anton. We do see that they haven't played too many moves since the last time we were here. So let's see. Clock situation is 4 minutes for Alexander Grishuk, 3 minutes for David Anton. Still very close on the clock. But I do think that Grishuk has a slight advantage, but it's not that clear. I do think David Anton is defending very well, and there is the weak pawn on e4 that is gonna be target for the rest of the game. So let's see. H6 on the board. Grishuk knows that this is his chance to get back into the lead. H6, and we all know that they will play later in this tournament, so Grishuk has a good chance to just overtake that lead from Alexander Bortnik, if that would be to happen. Let's go to board 2 again. Jorge Cory against Alexander Bortnik. Jorge Cory looking to exchange more pieces, which would make it even harder for black. I'm expecting rook takes c8, rook takes c8, bishop d4, get those bishops off the board. Making it much easier for white. Bishop d4 is expected. Yes, there it is. It does look very, very difficult now for black. I do expect Jorge Corey to bring this victory back home and take a full point. And Alexander Bortnik will lose his first game of the tournament. He's had an amazing run, but now it looks like he will lose against his main nemesis of the week, Jorge Corey. They've played several games outside of the tournament, and Jorge Corey has been absolutely in shape in those games. And it seems like that trend is continuing also in the tournament. Rook c6. Yeah, you might ask if the white king is awkwardly placed. It might look a bit strange, because if there would be a bishop a5 check, then it would be in huge troubles. But actually the king is very well placed on c3, attacking that pawn on c4, and the bishop will actually never have a chance to go to a5, so that king is actually brilliantly placed on c3. So they're exchanging the bishop, and yes, I think you can just go rook d4. Rook e5 is a move. I'm not sure why, but okay. Rook e5. I think he's gonna go rook e5, and I think he's gonna go f4, and he's just gonna cement that rook on e5 without black having any possibilities of chasing that rook away. So rook e5 is on the board. Yes, there it is, just cementing that rook on e5. Impossible to chase it away with the rook or the pawn. And now rook c8, you can start moving your pawns up. a4, king b4, and then in the correct time you'll just go rook e4 and eat that pawn on c4. And now you're also threatening king b5. This looks dead lost. Alexander Bortnik is going to lose this game against Jorge Corey. Only a miracle can save him, which is possible because this is almost the exact position that I had against Jorge Corey in the last round of the elimination round a few days ago, and I was able to screw it all up and give Jorge Corey a draw. So there are still chances for Bortnik, but it does look like he will lose this game. Now he can just go rook g5. Unfortunately, I do think he will resign very shortly. Let's go to the camera view. All pawns are dropping. Rook g5. No way to defend. Rook g8. King c4 drops. I do think that Alexander Bortnik is going to resign any moment. Rook h8. King takes c4. No tricks. King takes c4 simply. And now I think that Bortnik is going to resign any second now. Rook e2, king d3. No more chances. White is gonna win this game. There is, handshake is. Bortnik loses his first game of the tournament. Jorge Corey strikes back with the win. And now the fight for the first place is now completely open again. Let's turn our focus back to board number 1, where Grishuk is the one who's chasing the leader. If he's gonna win, then the title race is completely open. e5, very interesting. e5. Bishop takes g2, queen takes g2, f takes e5 is going to happen. And he's sacrificing a pawn for compensation somehow. I guess just to open up the position even more in front of the king. Let's say f takes e5. Bishop takes e5 even, that might be even stronger. H takes g5, h takes g5. This is not 100% clear for me, actually, that David Anton is worse. I think he has good chances to hold this. Rook to h1 is on the board. It's all about the clock situation. David Anton is only down to 1 minute and Grishuk has 2 minutes in such a dangerous position. This is very, very dangerous. Rook h1 is on the board. We're looking at the players now. I'm not sure if Grishuk is aware that Alexander Bosnik has lost his game and that this is a big chance of getting back to the leaderboard and join the lead and fight for that first prize. Let's see, Rook h1, David Anton is down to only 30 seconds, 28, 27. Let's see what happens. 26 seconds. Bishop f4 is on the board. That's a strange move. What's the deal? Rook takes e8. Can you go? Wait. There feels like there should be some tricks here. I think Grishuk feels the same. Queen d5 check, queen f7. Then there's nothing. Rook e8 check. Rook e8, rook takes e8, rook takes e8, queen d5 check, queen f7 falls in, runs into rook h8 check. So that's not possible. What happens? I think white can go rook takes e8, queen d5 check, then knight e6 might be the only move. But then bishop take. No, I think Alexander Grishuk has great chances of winning this game. I think bishop f4 was a blunder indeed. Rook takes e8, I'm expecting. Followed by queen d5 check. I do think this was a big blunder from David Anton. Alexander Grishuk is thinking here down to 1 minute and 15 seconds. I think you should take on e8 Grishuk and go queen d5 check. I do think that is the winning mechanism. He's thinking now. Alexander Grishuk down to 1 minute. This is going to be a huge time scramble. Let's see. He's very concentrated, leaning towards the board, both looking very focused here. You can see he feels like there's the win. Alexander Grishuk. Rook takes e8, I think, is the win. Followed by queen d5 check. Yes, I do see we have a huge raid from Dina, Bell, and Kaya. Very nice to see you all here. Hope you're enjoying. We're following the Bitcoin Chess 960 Chess Championship here in Roatan, Honduras. Rook takes e8 is on the board. Will we see queen d5 check? As mentioned, there it is, queen d5 check. I do think this is a huge advantage for white. Alexander Grishuk, what do you play? Rook e6 is not possible due to c3. Knight e6 is only move, but then he's gonna go bishop takes f4, g takes f4, knight takes f4, and I think this is more than enough to win the game. That king on g8 is super vulnerable. Let's see if Alexander Grishuk can finish this off in style, and he does exactly as mentioned. Knight takes f4. Will David Anton dare to take on g4? I would never be that brave, and I do think it might run into queen d7 even. Queen takes g4 runs into queen d7. This is a massive blow for David Anton. I think he's gonna lose this game. What a turnaround. At some point it felt like it was equal, but now it looks dead lost. Queen f7 is on the board. Let's not exchange the pieces. Let's play knight h5. Let's play knight to h5. Knight to h5, Alexander Grishuk. Knight to h5. Nothing to think about. Knight to h5 should be automatic. Rook e1 is also possible. Rook e1 is also possible. Rook e1, but then knight c7. So let's see. What? a3. That's a move. That's a move for sure. Knight takes f4, then rook h8 is the idea, and that is winning. So a3, getting some air for the king. Very, very interesting move. Very slow move, but might be great move. Knight g5, knight g5, queen f5 maybe, queen f5, queen c6. Many moves. Queen f5, queen d3. Where does the queen go? c6 or d6? c6. Eyeing that rook on e8. Knight h5 still looming. Knight h5 is the idea. Also knight d5 is the idea. This is not the position you would like to defend as black. Down to 30 seconds. Alexander Grishuk 20 seconds. Knight e4 is on the board. Let's see. Knight h5, knight d5. Maybe just move your king, king a1, I don't know. What is he playing? Yes, there it is, knight h5. Now, ideas. Okay, rook e6. I think you should go maybe queen c8 check, rook e8, queen f5 back. Yes, there it is. And now, what happens if rook e5? What happens if rook e5? If rook e5, I think, can you play knight takes f6 check? That is the big question. I do think you can. Yes, you can. Rook e5 is losing due to knight takes f6 check, queen takes f6, queen c8 check, king f7, rook h7 check, and this is winning the game. King g6, queen g8 leads to checkmate. Knight f6 check is the winning move. Alexander Grishuk sees the move. It is winning now. He sees the entire line. Very well spotted by Alexander Grishuk. King g7, queen h8 check, king f7, rook h7 is winning the game. And winning the queen and the game. Rook h7, there it is. David Anton realizes he's going to resign now. King e6, rook h6. No reason to look for a mate. There is probably a checkmate here, but I'll just go rook h6, take that queen, win the game. Yeah, I'm not gonna look for a mate. I'll just go rook h6. Let's see, he does the same, yes. Rook h6, queen is dropping, and Alexander Grishuk is going to win this game, and he's gonna catch up with Alexander Bortnik, and this is going to be a few exciting games. We have 3 more games after this, and it's gonna be a huge battle for the first prize of 1 Bitcoin. King f7 on the board. Still fighting here, David Anton. Gives another check, actually. Alexander Grishuk believes that there should be a checkmate here, but he should just take the queen and win the game. There it is. Knight f6. You can just go g5 even. Rook takes g5 and then go queen a8. Just take all the pawns. g5. I'm expecting g5. He goes queen b8 first, and rook e7, and then g5 maybe. Rook e7. He's going to fight on here, David Anton. g5 maybe. g5, knight e4 is not so clear. I think he should have played g5 before he went queen b8. Queen c8, protecting that pawn. That's a good move. Now maybe he should bring his king at some point. King a2, king b3, king a4, king b5, king a6. And that should be enough. Queen is much better than the combination of a rook and a knight. And we are very short on time here. We're down to 10 seconds. For Alexander Grishuk, 30 seconds for David Anton, as he's thinking now. Queen c8. King g7. And just to mention, we do have a result on board 3. We were not able to follow this game too much because none of them are really fighting for the top prizes. Lenier Dominguez has beaten Benjamin Book with the white pieces. So Lenier Dominguez takes the full point in that game, and Benjamin Book is having a tough day too. As we're watching Alexander Grishuk pushing towards that win, b4. Trying to make it a bit easier, trying to make a pass pawn. He's gonna go c4, c5, create a pass pawn on the queen side, while he has a pass pawn also on the king side. And it's hard for black to keep up with both of them. Queen will just stay on f5. Let's see. Alexander Grishuk, c4, c5, c6, c7, c8, queen. Very simple chess. Very simple. Let's see. Knight goes to g6. Maybe he's just going. Yes, there it is. c4, c5 will end up on the board. He wants to create another passer, but he's making it a bit difficult for himself. For all the new viewers, this is not AI background. This is Roatan, Honduras, for those wondering, because we have a lot of new viewers here. We are commentating from the balcony or terrace, however you like to say it. Knight on e5, king c3, king on g7 is pinned, and white wants to create a pass pawn with the move c4 to c5 in the next move. King will most likely move to f7. There it is, king f7. Now just push that pawn c4, c5. Alexander Grishuk gives a check on f4. Queen f4 check. Still fighting here. David Anton Guijaro from Spain. Very strong Spanish grandmaster, who has had actually 2 wins in a row, so he's been on a roll. Alexander Grishuk is very experienced, strong grandmaster, and he's able to keep his cool under immense pressure now, playing for the first prize of 1 Bitcoin. Queen e4 on the board. King will move somewhere, most likely to, yeah, I don't know, really? Most likely where? Hard to say. Looks like Alexander is getting closer to that win. Queen e4. King f6. Now you can probably move your pawn, give a check. Now maybe c5. It's time to go c5. At some point there is time to go c5, I guess. Let's go back to the camera. Here are the players. c5, b takes c5, b takes c5. Now he finally has another pass pawn. David Anton is running with his own pawn. a5 is on the board. g5, threatening queen f6 check, winning the rook on e7. How do you stop this? How? Yes, that's a good question. How do you stop this? g5 is an excellent move. If knight c6, there's also queen f6 check. If knight d7, there is c6, winning the game. We're getting closer to resignation here. Knight g6, queen f6 check, king h7, c6. And I'm expecting resignation any moment now. Queen d6 is a big threat, pushing that pawn to c7, to c8. Rook goes to a7. Queen d4 will land on the board. Queen d7 will land on the board. Sorry, queen d4, I mean. Queen d4. Queen d4 should be played, followed by queen d6 or queen d8, helping that pawn promote to a queen. Queen d6 first, threatening queen d7 check, giving up the queen, but that pawn is not possible to stop. Queen d6 on the board. David Anton knows that he's going to lose this game. Knight to e7, one last try. c7 now. c7 is going to win the game. There it is. David Anton is going to resign in this exact moment. We will have the camera on. He still plays. Knight d5 check, queen takes d5. This is not going to be enough for Alexander Grishok. And David Anton will lose this game. So let's wait for the resignation. King joins. David Anton pushes his pawn. I guess you can give a few checks and pick up that pawn at some point, or just bring the king, king e4 or king f5. Let's see, yes, king e4 check. It's just bringing the king towards that pawn on g5, and that's all she wrote. No more defenses for David Anton now, he's just playing on. And there it is, queen a5. That pawn is dropping and the game is dropping. Alexander Grishuk is taking the win. And David Anton is losing his first game of the day. Very impressive comeback from Alexander Grishuk, and he is up there battling it out with Alexander Bortnik for that first prize of 1 Bitcoin. Rook e7 check, king f4. There it is, resignation. David Anton resigns his game. Alexander Grishuk wins. They're discussing some line, not sure what they're speaking about. We don't have any sound. That was round 2 for the day and round 7 in total. So that means that there are only three games remaining today. Round 8, round 9 and round 10. And we will have a winner today. Will it be Alexander Grishuk? Will it be Alexander Bortnik? But one thing is most likely for sure, it will be one of the Alexanders, I think. Stay tuned, as we will now have a longer break. There will be a lunch break for the players so they can get some food, some energy. And round 3 of the day, round 8 in total, will be back at 2 p.m. So remember to stay tuned then, and we will see you all there for the round 8. And we're back from the lunch break, back with round 8. Only 3 rounds remaining of the Bitcoin Chest 960 Championship 2026 here in Roatan, Honduras. We have a very exciting round today because we have the two co-leaders. Let's have a look at the overview. The two co-leaders on board 3, Alexander Bortnik with the white pieces against Alexander Grishuk. Bortnik had the lead throughout the entire tournament, and before the day he was up a point ahead of Grishuk. And then, unfortunately for Bortnik, he lost the last round against Jorge Corey, and Grishuk won his game and is suddenly in the co-lead with Alexander Bortnik, and they actually play against each other right now, as you can see on board 3. So this game is going to be huge and definitely our main focus for this round. So let's just go straight into their game. Here it is. E4, E5 was played. Bortnik, you can see he's actually having quite a lot of spending a lot of time here to think about the position. Maybe he's feeling the pressure. You can kind of see after his loss, he looked a bit furious, not too happy about the result and how he might ruin his own chances of winning the tournament. I mean, we're talking 1 Bitcoin here, so there's a massive prize fund for this tournament, and now it's both Grishuk and Bortnik fighting it out in this round, with Bortnik going f2, f3 here, opening up for his queen. Maybe he will at some point go d3 and put his bishop on e3, pointing towards that h7 pawn. But it's nice to see that Bortnik was able to play a move now. He's been spending 4 minutes almost for the first 2 moves actually. And now Grishuk is thinking about his move. Will he copy or will he try to find another plan? That will be very, very interesting to see. Let's see if we can have a look at the players. Here it is. Here we have the 2 players, Alexander Bortnik and Alexander Grishuk. And unfortunately the video stream is a few seconds behind the live board, but I don't think that should matter too much. So let me see if I can, yes, here it is. It's a bit more live now, but he did play f3, so it's a few seconds behind. Alexander always with his famous pose here, very, I don't know how to call this pose, but he's looking very focused at least, and he knows that this is his chance, to strike back. Playing with the black pieces might not be such a disadvantage in chess 960, because you can kind of, as I mentioned earlier, you can just try to copy white and save a lot of time, and then when the position gets a bit messy, you are most likely ahead on time and can spend a bit more time on the position than your opponent. So I'll just try to transition over to the overview again, just to see what's happening. Just to name the pairings, on board 1 there is Anton David with the white pieces against Lenier Dominguez. And then on board 2 there's Benjamin Bock, who has not had the best day so far, against Jorge Corey. Jorge Corey is the one that won the game against the previous leader Alexander Bortnik, so he's looking good today, and maybe he's able to win another game against Benjamin Bock, who is not feeling too well today. And then on board 3, the big clash up between Alexander Bortnik and Alexander Grishuk, the 2 Alexanders, the 2 Sashas as they call themselves. And you can see that they are taking this very seriously, not playing too fast in the opening, really thinking about their moves here in the opening. Knight e6 played by Alexander Grishuk, threatening bishop c5, almost trapping the queen on g1. Will be interesting to see how Alexander Bortnik responds to this. Knight d3 is an opportunity, defending that bishop c5 threat and also attacking that e5 pawn. So the score, I can basically say the score is, to be honest, is all for the first place. It's all about the 2 Alexanders, Alexander Grishuk and Alexander Bortnik. They are sharing the first place now with 5 out of 7, and the others are quite far behind. So it feels like there are these guys playing for the first place, and all the others are playing for the second place, basically. So it's all about the first place right now, and later we will focus on second and third. But I'll see, here is the rank. Yes, there's Bortnik and there's Grishuk, both on 5 points, And then there is Lenier Dominguez on 3.5 points. He's on the 3rd place. And then all the other players, Anton David, Benjamin Bock, and Jorge Corey, all of them are on 2.5 points. So it's actually quite close on the... Actually just below Bortnik and Grishuk, it's very close. Only Dominguez in between all those, the co-leaders and the bottom with 3.5. So he's looking good when it comes to that 3rd place, which will give you a quarter Bitcoin, which is also a great score. So actually, let's just have a look at the other games as well, because you can see Bortnik and Grishuk are taking their time. And 93 just played by Bortnik. Let's go to board 1. Here's board 1. David Anton against Lenier. So Lenier is on 3rd. So if David Anton wants to fight for that 3rd place, he will kind of maybe have to win this game with the white pieces against Lenier. Lenier is a very strong player. He was maybe the favorite before going into the finals to win this event, but he's been actually quite shaky. He's playing slow, making a lot of mistakes, but with his strength, he's also been able to gather a lot of points as well. So he's still hanging in there, but for the 1st place, it's all about Bortnik and Grishuk. But he's claiming that 3rd place for now, and his position now it's looking all right against David Anton. Both spending around 4 minutes each, both down to 21 minutes. A4 played by David Anton. That's a nice move, threatening A5. And Dominguez will most likely either go A6 or A5 himself. Most likely A5, I guess, to not let Anton David continue with his pawn to A5 and take more control around the king on B8. So that's board 1, looking relatively open for now. Anything can happen. Both players playing on the same tempo. So let's go to board 2. Board 2 is the Benjamin Bock, who actually had a great start. So he's now on 2.5. But the story looked much better yesterday, because after 3 rounds, he had 2 points, 2 out of 3, which is an excellent score. But from the last 4 games, he's only been able to make 1 draw. So he's now only on 2.5 score, and he hasn't won a game since round 1. And he lost the 2 last rounds actually against Lenier Dominguez and Anton David. So his day today hasn't been the best, but he's probably looking to strike back against Jorge Corey. And Corey has had a good score. I mean, he lost the 1st game today, but then he beat the leader Bortnik, so maybe he got some some good confidence out of that. And as we've seen also from today and also from yesterday, is that Corey is the player who can win in style but also lose in style, which is quite spectator friendly. So we're always looking forward to his games. He's playing some interesting chess, always looking for some aggressive options, always trying to make the board messy. So this game is definitely going to be very interesting. And then we have the board 3, of course. The big matchup, the 2 big sharks in this event, Alexander Bortnik against Alexander Grishuk. And they're playing very slow. Alexander Bortnik, let's turn on the stream here. Let's see how they're looking. Is he feeling a bit shaky after he lost against Corey? This is not typical Bortnik style, to think for such a long time. Maybe he's feeling the pressure after having such a great start and suddenly just 1 loss, and then 1 player has caught up with you. I guess that's quite surprising for Bortnik, who had such a good run. 4 out of 5, amazing score, and then he wins day 1, 5 out of 6, and then he loses and has still an amazing score on 5 out of 7, but Grishuk is hanging in there. Knight d3 by Bortnik, down to 18 minutes, Grishuk on 22 minutes. Yes, again, there's talk about potential green screen. I'll actually show you again. The potential green screen is, again, still the same green screen as every day. It's not a green screen. This is true life. It's a live view of Roatan, Honduras, pool, the sea, and the sun is up. Even you see some clouds as well. So no, still no green screen, still a true view. Amazing scenery here in Honduras. So that's what you get from watching this commentary. Let's move on to board 1 again with David Anton against Lenier Dominguez. F4, I like moves when they're challenging the center. F4, already threatening that pawn on E5, and it cannot be defended by F6, but because that suddenly runs into F5, pinning the queen on G8. So yes, E takes F4. Potentially, I'm not sure what I said, but yes, knight takes F4, and I do like the position of Anton David, but at the same time, I think it looks relatively equalish with the move bishop e6. I think that was a good move. Bishop takes e6, f takes e6, then black has a good pawn in the center. But actually, if bishop takes e6, f takes e6, I think white maybe has a good move with going e5, because it's all about that knight on e8, not having any squares. So bishop takes e6, f takes e6, then white can go e5, and then the knight on e8 doesn't have any single squares, and then you can potentially try to play against that weak pawn on e6. Yes, let's see if he goes e5, f takes e6. Now let's see if David Anton goes e5. I think he should go e5. I think e5 is a great move. e5 perhaps followed by rook e1. If black goes e5, d3, oh, that's a bit passive. Yeah, then you're allowing, I think you're allowing black into the game now. Black can go e5, followed by knight f6, and then I think black should be alright actually. Let's continue. Board 2, already some action. This is what happens when you're watching Jorge Corey. He's always trying something. Also, he's always giving his opponents a lot of chances as well, just to create the unbalance. So here we see that Jorge has developed his queen quite early in the game to g6, attacking that pawn on e4. Benjamin Book advances that pawn to e5, pressuring the knight on f6. Knight will have to retreat. I don't think he's gonna go d takes e5. That's a very ugly move, considering his pawn structure. So I'm expecting him to move his knight. But that's the question. The knight can go to a lot of places. It can go to e4. It can go to g4, d7, h5. And Benjamin Book has to consider all of these options. Corey has to consider all these options, and let's see which one he goes for. I have a feeling he might want to retreat the knight to an active square. He wants to keep the pieces. Knight e4 looks natural to me, but he might lose a pawn. Oh, he does this. I was about to say it might lose a pawn, but knowing Corey, he'll probably be happy to sacrifice a pawn. So now white can go knight takes e4, queen takes e4, and then bishop takes g5. That's just a hanging pawn. But Corey, he doesn't care. He's just looking for the initiative. Is he bluffing? We did speak yesterday about him possibly bluffing a lot during his game. So is he doing this time as well? We don't know, but we will see. Is the stream still buffering? Let me know if the stream is lagging or buffering. For me, it looks all right, but of course I'm not watching the stream, so I don't know. Please let me know in the chat. Let's go to the main game of the round. Alexander Bortnik against Alexander Grishuk. 16 minutes for Alexander Bortnik and 19 minutes for Alexander Grishuk. G6, getting ready to move his bishop to either h6 or g7. Maybe g7, as Bortnik has played c3 with the idea of going d4 at some point. I think Bortnik is probably going to go knight from e1 to c2, getting ready to play d4, and then Grishuk is going to respond with bishop to g7. Keeping an eye on that d4 square. So let's say knight e1 to c2, bishop g7, maybe white can go queen to d1, and getting ready to play d4. But then maybe black will do the same, queen d8, and get ready for d5. So we can see that the players are kind of copying each other, but at the same time not really. But the similar structure, c3, c6, and if Bortnik goes knight e1 to c2, the position is very similar. The video lags, but audio is fine. Is this video lagging? Me sitting here at the balcony or terrace? Let me know. Bishop g7 played by Alexander Grishuk after Bortnik went knight e1 to c2. Let's see how he wants to continue. Maybe he wants to play slow with just slow move like d3, or if he's gonna do, as I said, queen d1 to get ready to play d4. I think after queen d1, black is gonna do the same, go queen d8 and threaten the same with d5. So let's see which option he goes for. Score is basically it's basically Bortnik against Grishuk. Bortnik is on 5 points, Grishuk is on 5 points, and they are 1.5 points ahead of the next one, which is Lenier Dominguez on 3.5. So it's Grishuk against Bortnik fighting for first place in this tournament. So this game is very, very important. This might decide who will end up as the winner. So all these players, they played against each other yesterday as well, and in round 3 Bortnik beats Grishuk, so he has the psychological advantage, but at the same time Bortnik is coming from a loss and Grishuk is coming from a win, so you never know how they're feeling. But for now they're all playing quite slowly, decent move, normal looking moves, but you can kind of see Bortnik is hesitating. He's spending a lot of time, and as he has said before, he prefers to be black. He prefers the opponent to make the decisions, not him being the one to try to find the plans. And that's probably why he is thinking at the moment after bishop g7. 13 minutes and 45 seconds for Alexander Bortnik. Let's see how he's looking. You can see both players looking very focused here. Bortnik without a cup of coffee. That's a bit strange. Did he forget, or has he already drunk a lot of coffee in the lunch break? We don't know. Bishop g7 on the board. At some point Bortnik will have to speed up, but everyone here knows that Bortnik is a speed monster, so whenever he goes low on time, he plays ridiculously well in time scramble. So his fans are probably not nervous, but still he would like to be up on time when the position becomes messy in such an important game. This might, as said, decide the winner of the tournament. Bishop g7, Alexander Bortnik thinking. Let's turn our attention over to the overview again. While these players are thinking, here it is. I do see some interesting position, and the thing is that probably the least interesting position at the moment is the position between our two leaders, Alexander Bortnik and Alexander Grishuk. But as we know from the previous rounds, all the games tend to just explode at some point, especially when one or both of the players are low on time. So I think this game will also be quite interesting at some point, but for now both board 1 and board 2 looks more interesting, especially board 2. I think we have to have a look at board 2 actually, because we did see a sacrifice here by Jorge Cory. He gave up the pawn on g5 and just played knight c6, just calmly developing, basically saying to Benjamin Bock, okay, you can have a pawn, but your pieces are a bit stuck. I'm much more active, and I'm gonna threaten to win back the pawns immediately and then have the initiative as well. So he's playing knight c6, threatening the pawn on d4, and also having pressure against the pawn on e5 as well. So let's see what Benjamin Bock will do in this position. And again, we see Bock is again spending a lot of time. He's always spending a lot of time, down to only 12 minutes so far, and he has to solve this position as well, because Cory is asking question, and this is not the last question he's going to ask him this game. Knight c6 on the board. Will he go bishop e3 to protect that pawn? Will he go c3 to protect that pawn? Or will he just give it up and try to develop with, let's say, long castles? Long castles is definitely a possibility here. Getting that rook into d1 could actually be a good idea, to be honest. Long castles here. Also bishop e3 for me looks tempting, so one of these two moves I think is expected, bishop e3 or long castles. Bishop e3, there it is on the board, bishop e3. Benjamin Bock would like to keep that pawn. Corey can obviously win back the pawn with going d takes e5, d takes e5, knight takes e5, but looking at that pawn structure doesn't look that welcoming, so I don't think that's something Corey would like to go for. So I'm expecting him to go for something a bit more aggressive. Maybe he will even go something like bishop g4 just to prevent black from going long castles, but at the same time bishop g4 doesn't really look like the move you'd like to make. So let's see what's his plan. It was some sort of a bluff, I would say, from Corey, trying to just get the initiative. I like the idea. He wants to pressure Benjamin Block both on the bishop position and on the clock early in the game. But let's go to our main game, see what's going on there. Let's say video is a bit laggy, so let's go to this view. There's been a development, yes, exactly what we said happened. Bortnik did go queen d1, and he did go queen d8. It feels like I'm playing the tournament myself. And then everything just happened, so d4 was played, takes, and d5 has been played. So the position is still very, I would say, equalish. This is not the biggest difference. Black's bishop is on g7 and white's bishop is on b3. That's kind of the main difference in this position, and it still looks relatively equal. Of course, it's hard to say for now because there's a lot of undeveloped pieces so far, but I would say it's probably balanced. But the main difference is that Grishuk is up 5 minutes, which might be quite crucial in the end. a5 played by Grishuk, very aggressive, and I guess Bortnik is going to reply relatively quickly with going a4 himself. He did tell me, I think it was yesterday, yes, he played a4, that one of his games, his opponent played a4 or a5, I don't remember, and he really regretted that he didn't respond with just copying that move, let's say this position a4, a5, so that's why he does this instantly, because he regretted his decision from yesterday, and he learned from his mistakes. So rook a6 is on the board, very aggressive from Grishuk. I thought maybe he would play a bit slower now, but he's actually, seems like he's looking to win. He's looking for a win against Bortnik. Very aggressive play from Grishuk here. What a turnaround that would be. Being a point ahead and then suddenly just a point behind, that's a huge blow for Bortnik if that would happen. Rook a6 on the board, looking to go rook b6, attacking that vulnerable bishop on b3. So that's why Bortnik goes queen d3, centralizing his queen and also protecting his bishop on b3. That's a good move by Alexander Bortnik. So let's see if he just continues with his idea. Rook b6, that looks very natural. Rook b6, unless he's afraid of Bortnik going bishop d2, attacking that a5 pawn, which might be a bit tricky. So let's see if he goes rook b6, or if he wants to slide the rook over to d6, that might also be a possibility. Anyway, it seems like Bortnik has started speeding up, and that's a good sign for him and his fans. Let me know, all of you who are watching the stream, who are you cheering for in this tournament and also in this matchup, or in general just this tournament? Would be nice to know. Who are you guys cheering for? Queen d3. Now Grishuk is having a think. He can also considering doing the same. Queen d6, also centralizing his queen, getting ready to play his rook into the game with rook d8. Also, to be honest, I really like queen d6 because it's kind of preventing Bortnik from developing his rook on h1. Let's say if he goes rook d1, because he's eyeing that pawn on h2. So queen d6, rook d1, then queen takes h2 is certainly a possibility. So I like to move queen d6 from Alexander Grishuk. Let's see if he makes that move or not. There's also f5. f5 could also be an interesting move, with the idea of going f4 and try to annoy that knight on e3. So queen d6 and f5 are two potential good moves in this position. let's have a look at our players, our co-leaders of the tournament. Bitcoin Chess 960 Championship 2026. Round 8. 3 rounds to go. Yes, you're rooting for Mr. Bortnik, obviously. Makes sense coming from his stream. And for Bortnik's case, I would really like to see Grishik having a long think here, so they can equalize that time difference. Being down on the clock is not something you would like. So Queen D3. Alexander Grishuk trying to find a plan here, how to develop his pieces, how to create some chances, trying to ask the right questions here. Let me just have an overview of all the games. And we can have a look at board 1. Actually, we do have Lenier Dominguez with the black pieces, and he's on 3rd place. So let's see. Let's imagine Bortnik and Grishuk makes a draw, and Lenier Dominguez wins. Then he's suddenly just 1 point behind. So it's suddenly open again. And Lenier Dominguez, he's playing Grishuk in the last round. So there's still a lot of things that could happen if Bortnik and Grishuk makes a draw and Dominguez wins his game against David Anton. But at the moment, the position looks really, really equal. And they're having a structure which looks very similar to many games I've seen in top Grandmasters tournament, where they would just play Bishop E3 in this position, and they would offer draw, they would shake hands, and they will go back to their hotel room and get ready for next game, because the game is so equal, and they both know that the game would most likely end in a draw, so they would just make a quick draw and get some well-needed rest. So not much happening here in board 2. So let's go to, board 1, let's go to board 2. Board 2 is a bit more exciting. Corey did end up taking on e5, and I said I didn't really like that because of the pawn structure. But we have seen this throughout the entire tournament. Doesn't seem like the players care about the pawn structure at all. So d takes e5 is on the board, and followed by knight takes e5 by Benjamin Book, who's spending some time. He's down to a bit less than 9 minutes. Knight takes e5. And now Bortnik is thinking, I'm not sure what he's thinking about, because now bishop d3 is a huge threat. Maybe he's considering a move like knight b4. But then I think Benjamin Book would just go queen f2. But then maybe there's knight takes c2. Okay, so there's a lot of things to think about here. So knight takes e5 is on the board. D takes e5, bishop g7. And now I think long castles is a possibility. Let's say long castles, then bishop f5 looks interesting. Bishop f5, bishop d3, queen takes e5. Suddenly a huge threat down on b2. Because if long castles, queen takes e5, white might be able to go bishop d4 and force a trade of the dark squared bishop, and then be slightly better due to the poor pawn structure for black. So bishop g7 on the board. If long castles, then I expect bishop f5 from Jorge Corey to threaten checkmate on c2. So what else can Benjamin Bok play? He can obviously play bishop d3 here, and queen takes e5. He can just play the move c3, but long castle is on the board. I expect bishop f5. Let's see if it happens. Maybe if bishop f5, maybe he has to go queen f2. because bishop f5, bishop d3, queen takes e5 looks quite interesting for black, but maybe it's not enough. So let's say bishop f5, bishop d3. My idea was queen takes e5 with the idea of taking on b2, of course. So queen takes e5, but bishop takes f5. And I wanted to take on b2 instead of taking back on f5. But I'm not sure if I'm mating after queen takes b2. Queen takes b2, king d2. And I don't see how I'm mating, and I don't see how I'm winning back that bishop on f5. So maybe bishop f5 is not the best move, but Corey is trying to figure out this position. What's the best move? And he's kind of in a hurry, because if he doesn't do something, let's say straightforward now, then Benjamin Buck will just be slightly better just because of the pawn structure. Black's pawn structure is horrible. With that isolated pawn on e7 will be a target for the entire game, and also the pawn on h7 is isolated, so he has to find something concrete now, Jorge Corey. Let's see what happens on our main board, board 3. Let's see how our players are looking. Okay, some interesting moves has happened. Or maybe not interesting, actually just one move. Rook c6, and then knight went from e3 to d1, rerouting itself to a decent square on e3 to a better square on c3. I like that maneuver by Alexander Bortnik. b6, defending the pawn on a5 and also getting ready to play bishop a6 and annoy that queen on d3. But I assume knight c3 will follow at some point. Bishop e3 first, protecting that pawn on d4 even further. Sasha Grishuk will probably go bishop a6, as I assume that was the main idea of going b6. Bishop a6, then I'm expecting just Bortnik to move his queen one square back to d2. And the position is actually quite interesting. So bishop a6, queen d2, then maybe black can play bishop c4. That looks like an interesting idea. Then Bortnik will maybe do the same maneuver as Grishuk did earlier, then rook a3. Rook a3 looks interesting, but then maybe bishop f8. Yes, I think Grishuk should play bishop a6, queen d2, bishop c4. Because if you trade bishop, bishop takes c4, d takes c4, then suddenly there's a great spot for the black knight from c7 to jump into d5, and also you have immense pressure against that d4 pawn. So I'm expecting the move bishop a c6 to happen on the board, queen d2, bishop c4, and then Bortnik will most likely have a think. Let's stay here for a few seconds to see what happens. Well, we can maybe, while we're enjoying the position, we can maybe change the camera. Not because it's because of my face, but because of the view. So all the viewers can close your eyes and imagine that you're here in the playing venue in Roatan, Honduras. Beautiful weather, as always. Looks like it's much easier to play as black. We have a comment here in the chat, and I do agree. I like how the pieces are set up. I like the rook on c6, and I do like the knight on e6 working very well together with the bishop on g7, always keeping an eye on the pawn on d4. And also that bishop on c8 now has the possibility of going to a6 and activate itself. And I do really like the plan that I mentioned, bishop a6, queen d2, bishop c4, exchanging black's, I wouldn't say poor bishop on c8, but it's not the best piece, against that very strong bishop on b3. And I think that's quite beneficial for Alexander Bortnik. So let's see if that happens, but Alexander Grishuk is taking his time here. Dennis is asking, where are you? He says that it looks like the Maldives. It's not the Maldives. We are in Honduras, Roatan. It's an island in the Caribbean. Beautiful island, beautiful water, beautiful sea, beautiful scenery as well. Honduras, which is in Central America. I'll give you another view if you just came on. This is the view I'm working with. Rook A1 is bad. I have a comment about Rook A1. In which game are you talking about? Abort the game? Rook A1? I'm not sure where Rook A1 is possible. Fisher random chess. Ah, you mean just in general, the rook on A1 is bad, I guess. That's what you mean. And that's a smart thing that Grishuk, he played rook A6 because he realized that this rook will be stuck for some time, so let me just free it immediately, and he went rook A6, rook C6, and suddenly that rook is excellent. It's doing a lot of good work on C6, while White's rook on A1 is basically doing nothing. There it is, bishop A6 is on the board, queen D2, and let's see if Grishuk follows up with my plan, bishop to C4. And I do see that he is spending a lot of time. Yes, now Grishuk is down to 7 minutes, and Bortnik is actually ahead on time now with 8.5 minutes. So, did he waste a lot of time, or could he have played just bishop a6, bishop c4 immediately, saving a lot of time? Let's see if that is his main idea. Yes, fish random. Now I understand. Yes, the rook is bad. Yes. Will he play my move bishop c4, or will he continue with something else? Bishop a6, queen d2 is on the board. Queen d6 is on the board, eyeing that pawn on h2, as we mentioned few moves ago. Now that rook on h1 is a bit stuck. Can't really move because it has to protect the pawn on h2. So maybe Bortnik has to go g3 at some point. Knight c3 on the board. Grishuk going h5. I like that. I really like that move because White really wants to move his rook from h1 to, let's say, d1 or e1, just centralize it. But at the moment it's impossible because the pawn on h2 will be hanging. Therefore I thought at some point White should go g3 to free their own rook. But now, after h5, g3 is not really that pleasant because it will be met by h4 immediately. So h5, I really like this move, and that's, you know, in some situation, even exchanging the bishop with bishop h6 might be possible as well. So h5, that's what we call in the chess world a grandmaster move. h5 on the board. Grishuk looking very confident playing his moves here. Bortnik not really sure where to put his pieces. Knight is very well placed on c3. Bishop is well placed on b3. But what about the rook on a1? He can go long castles, but he goes king a2, which is a relatively safe square for the king. And now he's freeing his other rook, which might go to c1 or e1. King a2, and now it's Alexander Grishuk to move, and they're both actually starting to get low on time. So this will be very interesting in a few minutes when they're getting into real time scramble to see how messy this position is, because all the pieces are on the board. They've only exchanged a couple of pawns. We got all the 4 pieces on the board, 2 rooks, the queen, and the position is completely open. So this might turn into a mess in just a few minutes. So you guys should hang around and see how this proceeds. So just let me just quickly have an overview of the other games as well. Board 1, still not too much happening. I think Linier is trying to slowly grind out the position. Now at least he's gotten unbalanced because he's got a knight against the bishop, which might create some opportunities from him. But at the moment the position is relatively equal. Board 2, is the game where Corey sacrificed a pawn. We did discuss this exact position just a few minutes ago. I mentioned bishop f5 as a possibility. Jorge Corey has played his rook to f8. Not sure why. I guess he wants to, in some position, sacrifice his rook on f1, because that bishop might be a very good defender on d3. So bishop d3 might be played now. Bishop d3, queen takes e5, threatening the pawn of b2. Okay, king b1 is on the board. Just moving away from that c1 h6 diagonal. And we have to go to board 3 again, because things are happening. And Grishuk sent his king all the way to g8, making a short castle, and this is very interesting. This is exactly what a spectator wants. They want the kings on opposite sides of the board. That creates such a messy position, more chaos, and this can go either way. Now it's all about attacking the opponent. So Grishuk wanted to go b5 and open up in front of White's king. That's why Bortnik goes knight a3 to prevent this. And now Bortnik in the next move wants to go g4 himself to try and attack Black's king. Game is not over. Bortnik is playing. Bortnik is on board 3, and we are following this game the closest. Alexander Bortnik with the white pieces against Alexander Grishuk. Both players are on 5 points out of 7, sharing the lead with 1.5 points above the next challenger. Where's the camera of them playing? Let's turn on the camera. The camera is just a bit laggy, that's why I was focusing on having the board up instead. Let me see, here are the players. Here you can see Alexander Bortnik and Grishuk playing in the Bitcoin Chess 960 Chess Championship with a nice logo in the background. Now they're getting lower on time. Alexander Bortnik 7 minutes and Alexander Grishuk is down to only 5 minutes. This is going to be fire, fire, fire on the boards. Rockets gonna go everywhere. This is going to be very exciting. I think we should stick to this game for the next period of time, because something will happen. I know for sure something will happen. One of them will strike through on either side, either the queen side or king side. It's very natural for Bortnik, his next move. For me, at least, g4 makes a lot of sense. Either g4 or h4, one of them. And Grishuk, he needs to do something to attack that white naked king on a2, but it's not that easy, because the only break is that b6, b5 break. But at the moment, Bortnik is controlling that square with quite a lot of pieces. Pawn on a4, knight on a3, and knight on c3. So will Grishuk maybe play his rook to b8 and renew that threat? That is definitely a possibility. The time is ticking. Tick-tock, tick-tock. He gotta make a move, and he knows that himself, that he has to make a move. He can't continue hesitating. He knows this game is super important. One imprecise move and Bortnik might get the initiative and the advantage. He knows this very well. At the same time, he knows, yes, rook b8 is on the board. He still wants to play b5. He wants to play b5 next move, and then there's gonna be a lot of pieces pointing towards that naked king on a2. Rook b8. Alexander Bortnik, how are you going to react? Are you going to put your knight from c3 to b5? Are you going to make that move? That is definitely a possibility. Knight c to b5. How is Alexander Grishuk going to react? If that happens, maybe queen b4. Try to exchange the queens. b5 now is a big threat from Alexander Grishuk, and Bortnik has to do something about it. He can go g4, but I think after g4, Grishik will just make a simple move h4 himself, and that's all the attack for now. So I think Bortnik will have to deal with the threat of b5 right now. Down to less than 6 minutes for Alexander Bortnik. Grishik is below 4 minutes with 3:45. Will he place one of the knights on b5? I think that is highly likely, but which of them? For me, the c knight looks more natural, because, yeah, that's a good question. Why? But I don't know. It feels like the knight a b5 might... I have a feeling like maybe queen b4 is a possibility there. That's why I want to go knight c b4, because then I can keep an eye on that b4 square with my queen on d2. So let's see. I have a feeling he will put something on b5, because I don't really see what else. Let's see. Maybe rook c1 is also a possibility. Okay, knight c b5 is on the board. I thought maybe queen b4 would be interesting, but he moves his queen back one square to d7. Knight c b5, queen d7. And at the moment, he's in total control of the b5 square, Alexander Bortnik. Maybe now it's time to attack. Maybe he should go h4 now with the idea of going g4. I think Bortnik maybe should go h4. That looks like a strong idea, h4. You would like to go g4, but I think in this position, if you go g4 from the white side, I think black would just go h4, closing down the attack. That's why white will have to go h4 first. Let's see. He plays g4. He plays g4. I would like to go h4 first, so let's see what happens if Alexander Grishuk now plays the calm move h4, stopping that attack. I think h4 is needed. I don't think you could take on g4. That looks very dangerous. h4 is the expected response. Let's have a look at the time again. 4.5 minutes for Bortnik, and Alexander Grishuk is close to dropping below 3 minutes. They're getting short on time. g4, I think Grishuk should speed up. I think h4 is such a natural move. I don't see anything else. I don't see anything concrete, so h4. Okay, let's see. If he goes h4, I think I know the idea of Bortnik. He's going to go f4 with the idea f5 and strike through like this. But what else, Grishuk? What else? There's a big threat now from Bortnik. G takes h5, opening up in front of that king on g8. He does actually take on g4. That's very interesting. F takes g4. And then what? Bishop takes b5. Wow, he's going to sacrifice something maybe. A takes b5? Or is he just gonna go rook d6? Yes. Now I'm starting to like Bortnik's position. What happens if queen d3? Queen d3 looks very good. Wait, there's no threat, I think. There's no threat. Knight takes b5 is not a threat, because if knight b5... I thought they could go bishop a4, but I do see now that there's knight c3 check. So what happens? Queen d3. Queen d3 looks very logical. Now that rook on d6 is misplaced. Pawn on b5 is very strong. Queen d3. Is Grishuk's idea to go a4? Bishop takes a4, rook a8. That might be his idea. But that also looks fine for Bortnik. Queen d3, a4, bishop takes a4, rook a8, b3. That looks very solid. I think now this is a good position for Bortnik. Unless I'm missing something, but I think queen d3 looks so natural. Yes, queen d3 is on the board. I think Bortnik now has an excellent position. Simple idea, h4, h5. And the other good thing with queen d3 is it's also putting more pressure against that g6 pawn whenever that pawn on h5 will land. Queen d3. What was your idea, Alexander Grishuk? Bishop takes b5 was not a good move, in my opinion. Queen d3. Excellent move by Alexander Bortnik. Alexander Bortnik is in the driver's seat. I'm 100% sure Alexander Bortnik is in the driver's seat. I think Grishuk will be desperate and he will launch his pawn to a4. Bishop takes a4, rook a8, b3. I don't see any breakthrough for Grishuk, but maybe he has no other choice. He cannot just wait. He cannot wait. He cannot wait. h4, h5 is coming too fast. Black will have to do something drastically. He's reaching for something. He played knight f8. That's super passive. Okay, so he's admitting that he's worse. He's now ready to defend. It's official. Grishuk is now admitting, yes, I am worse. I am now ready to defend. He's at the same time attacking the pawn on g4. Do we care? I think we can save the pawn. I think we can go rook a to g1 maybe. Rook a g1 followed by h4. In general, I do like the idea of going h4 immediately, but then he can take on g4, which maybe we would like to prevent. Bishop f4, great move by Alexander Bortnik. That rook doesn't have too many squares. Rook e6, then rook c1 is coming. Rook e6, rook c1 is coming. And if rook f6, bishop can go to e5. Okay, it's happening. It's happening. Desperate mode from Alexander Grishuk. It's desperate mode. He is sacrificing the exchange to get some initiative. It might practically be the best decision, considering also the time situation. He is giving it up. Bortnik has no choice. He has to accept the sacrifice. Otherwise, that knight on e6 is very strong. Oh no, he doesn't. He goes back. Will we see a threefold repetition here? No. Bortnik says no. He goes rook c1. He knows he is better. He knows that his position is superior. Rook c1, preventing black from taking on g4, because now the knight on c7 is hanging. Bortnik knows he is better. He is super confident now. This is very, very interesting. Rook c1, still bishop f4 will always be in the air. Rook c1. Do you have any moves, Alexander Grishuk? You'll have to move your knight maybe. Knight c to e6. Knight c to e6. But that looks awful because of h4. I don't see any good moves here. Rook c8 maybe. Maybe rook c8 to protect that knight and renew your idea of taking on g4. Rook c1, excellent move by Alexander Bortnik. Look at the time here. Alexander Grishuk down to 40 seconds. 40 seconds, everybody. 39. Dropping fast. It's dropping very fast. Oh, he looks very nervous now, Alexander Grishuk. Bortnik has 3 minutes, which is quite important in such a position. Rook f6 on the board. Can you now go h4? Is this the time, Bortnik, to go h4? I think it is. I think it's time to go h4. Bishop g5 is also an interesting move, but I think h4, it's time to go h4. Attack that king on g8. Or wait. Bishop g5, rook f2, queen g3. Isn't that an excellent opportunity? Or is he gonna go, no, bishop g5, he's gonna go knight f e6 again. Yes, that's for sure. He's gonna sacrifice the exchange again. I think the idea for Grishuk with rook f6 is actually to go rook f3 and just give up his rook for that bishop on e3. I think he's super desperate now. I like h4. Bishop g5, knight f e6 is expected. He's gonna give up this exchange. There's nothing else. Rook f2 falls into queen g3, so that's not possible. He has to go knight f e6. I think he played rook f2. I think he played rook f2, but what happens if queen g3? That's a double attack. Wow, there's bishop takes d4, defending the rook on f2 and also attacking the pawn on b2. But does it work? Queen g3. Bishop takes d4, knight c2. Is that possible? Queen g3, bishop takes d4, knight c2. Wow, this is such a chaos. Knight c2, maybe he can just go bishop c5. But then bishop e3 back. Rook f6 back. Rook f3, there it is. Getting ready to sacrifice his rook. He's getting ready to sacrifice his rook. I think he will have to accept shortly now. Queen e2, I'm expecting. Rook e8 is a big threat now. Queen e2, I think, or queen e2, I think that's the only move. Oh, this is getting more and more unbalanced. I think there are big chances for both players now. This can go either way, with Bortnik now falling below 1 minute. Grishik on 38 seconds. He made a move. Queen e2, yes, there it is. Grishik wants to take on e3. He really wants to take on e3 and go knight f e6. Or will he go all the way back to f6? Wow, he goes rook h3 even. Wow. That might be a great move. It's very hard to put more pressure against the rook. Queen g2 doesn't work due to rook takes e3. So what are you going to do here, Alexander Bortnik? It feels like Grishuk is getting a better and better position. I'm starting to like the chances of Grishuk. I think Grishuk is better here. I think he has the better position. Knight f e6 is coming, and it's coming fast. Rook c3 protecting that bishop. Now rook e8 should come. Rook e8, yes. Idea is not bishop takes d4. Knight f e6 is coming. Grishuk has the better position. Grishuk has the upper hand. Grishuk is now pushing rook to c1. Knight f e6 should come fast. Knight f e6 should come fast. Black is better. I know black is better. Has to be better. There's no chance. This will all be decided now in the time scramble. Rook c1. Grishuk knows. He knows this is his chance. He wants to put a knight on e6, but which one? Which of the knights is going to e6? I'd probably go with the f knight. Yes, there it is. Knight f takes e6. Taking on d4 is in the air. Rook takes e3. Sacrifices are possible. Pawn on b5 might be weak. Queen g2. I think he's gonna sacrifice his rook. Rook takes e3 is gonna come. Followed by bishop takes d4. Knight takes b5. Many pawns are falling now. Grishuk is an exchange down, but with the initiative. And they're both very low on time. Grishuk is down to 30 seconds. Bortnik is just about 1 minute. This one. We couldn't ask for a better spectator-friendly, viewer-friendly game at all. This is super nerve-wracking. Bishop takes d4. Where are you going to move your rook? To d3 or all the way back to e1? Players moving fast. Rook e2. Rook d8. Protecting the pawn on d5 and also adding another threat with knight f4, which is a big fork. Knight takes b5 is also still in the air. This is nerve-wracking. Both getting very low on time. Grishuk is 20 seconds. Bortnik has 20 seconds. Queen f3. Bishop g7. Excellent move. Knight d4 is coming. Whatever happens next move. Maybe queen g3. And then knight c5 is also coming. This is not looking good for Alexander Bortnik. Rook f2. Knight d4. What about queen takes f7? What about queen takes f7? Is that a way to survive? Or maybe is that a lost endgame? Maybe you should not do. Queen d3. Other knight to e6. Wow, now knight is joining on c5. Big trouble for Alexander Bortnik. Queen goes to f1, keeping an eye on the pawn on b5, also threatening the pawn on f7. Oof. Just look at the knight on a3. Not doing anything, but at the same time it's very important keeping that pawn on b5. But at the same time he would wish it would be on c3, a bit more active square. Queen f1. 20 seconds, Alexander Grishuk. 42 seconds, Alexander Bortnik. This game will have a winner. No doubt about it. Knight e4. Where are you going to place your rook? Almost no square. Rook f4, rook g2. You go to g2, yes. Bishop f8 maybe. Bishop f8 maybe. Bishop h6 even. Wow, another. Where are you gonna put this rook? Rook b1. Yeah, this is not looking good for white. All his pieces are going to go. Oh, rook c8. Yes, just controlling that c line. Queen d3. Knight goes back to e6, and with the threat of knight f4, threat of knight c5. At some point that d pawn will start running down the board. Rook c2. Oof. He's hanging in there, but it doesn't look good. Knight to c5. Yes, now it's coming. d4, d5. No, d4, d3. That pawn is gonna run. Bishop's gonna go back to g7. Bishop's gonna go back to g7. Rook back to d2 maybe. Or g5 with the idea bishop g4. Yes, he would like to trade off the bishop against the knight. The bishop on d1 is horrible. Knight on e6 is excellent. Bishop g4 is then is followed by queen d5 check. Queen d5 check is in there. You have to stop it. Maybe queen g2, bishop f3. I don't know, some of this. But then d3 is coming. Bishop f3 maybe. Bishop f3, d3, rook c4, d2. This is dangerous. Now there's even mating ideas. Queen d5 check is such a big threat. Queen d5 check. 30 seconds, Alexander Bortnik. Yes, bishop f3 on the board. d3, rook c4 maybe. Yes, everything is happening. 57 seconds, Alexander Grishuk. 45 seconds, Alexander Bortnik. What a chaos. Now they're calming down. They have some seconds. Still chances for Bortnik. He's up material. d2, one square away from reaching queen. Queen d3 is a massive threat. Queen d3 is a massive threat. What about queen d3? What about queen d3? Queen d3? Then rook c2 maybe. No. Queen d3. Queen d3. Can you just go rook c2? That would be such a good move. Just staying calm. Rook c2. Not caring about all the threats. Rook c2, queen b3 check. Just king b1. Nothing's up. Rook d8, protecting that pawn. Okay, what about, yes, bishop c6. Just move your queen. Queen e7 maybe. Queen e7. Taking that pawn on g5. Queen e7 I will play. Bishop c6. 30 seconds, Alexander Grishuk. Where do you move? Yes, queen e7. Oof, he cannot lose the g-pawn as well. This is not looking good for Bortnik, but he's hanging in there. But there's no threats. He cannot make any threats. He just have to go back and forth and just hope for the best. There's no mating ideas. There's no nothing. Queen e7. Bortnik makes a move. Rook c2. There it is. Queen takes g5, taking a pawn at the same time as you're protecting a pawn on d2. There it is on the board. Wow, only 15 seconds, Alexander Grishuk. 50 seconds for Alexander Bortnik. Knight c4 is on the board. Finally, the knight joins the board and the game. So what now? This is just a huge mess. Knight to d... Whoa, that's a great move. Knight b4 is coming. So you have to go rook c takes d2. Rook c takes d2. Knight b4 check. King a1. What's happening? This is just a mess. Yes, king a1 maybe. King a1. He's still alive. No, king a1, then rook takes d2. King b1, rook takes d2. This looks awful. I think this might be over at any moment. Rook takes d2, knight takes d2, only move. Otherwise there will be queen g1 checkmate. What about queen somewhere? Queen e5, threatening checkmate. Queen f6, threatening checkmate on b2. Maybe bring the knight, I don't know. Knight d4, knight f4. Queen e5. Knight c4. Queen e2 is... Oh, knight c4, queen e2. But yes. Knight c4, queen e2, queen b3, then knight d4. That's crushing. That's lost. 18 seconds for Alexander Grishuk. 23 seconds for Alexander Bortnik. Yeah, the live video is also lagging for me, but the board is... If you want, I can only show the board because that's real time, but the video is a bit lagging. Queen e5. I'll go, it's lagging, we have to go to the real time. We have to go to real time board. Rook d8, check, king h7. This is not lagging. Something happened here that we missed with the lag. There's a discover check now with the knight from e4. So what's he gonna do? He cannot take on e4, that will lead to checkmate. Queen f1 is checkmate. I think this is game over. I think this is game over. I don't see any way to defend this position. Alexander Bortnik will lose this game against Grishuk, and Grishuk will be in the lead. And I do think that he has resigned looking at the face of Alexander Bortnik in this position. Yes, I think. Or maybe not. No, they're still playing on the live stream, but after king h7, I think the game is just dead lost. Yes, there it is. He resigns the position. Alexander Bortnik loses, and suddenly Grishuk is in the lead with 1 point ahead of Alexander Bortnik, and just in 2 games, everything has turned around. What a tough day for Bortnik, who has played amazing chess, and suddenly he is the one to chase Alexander Grishuk. Tough game which could have gone either way in the end. Great game by Alexander Grishuk, who is now in the lead and the favorite to win this tournament. Alexander Grishuk, 2 games remaining. He is playing Benjamin Bock in the next game, and then he's playing Lenier Dominguez in the last round. Let's go back to the overview to see how it went with the other games, as we've been only focusing on the game between Bortnik and Alexander Grishuk. Board 1 looks like a draw. Happened between Anton David and Lenier Dominguez, and a draw between Benjamin Bock and Jorge Corey. So after 8 rounds, the position is Alexander Grishuk on board 1. I'll switch the camera. Not board 1. He's leading the tournament with 6 points. Alexander Bortnik is on second place with 5 points. Lenier Dominguez with 4 points. So with a win for Lenier Dominguez and a loss for Bortnik, then suddenly they are tied for second. And then we have Benjamin Bock, David Anton, and Jorge Corey all on 3 points. Wow, what a round and what a game. So that was round 8. Now we have 2 more rounds left. Next game will start at 3:30 p.m., which is in approximately 20 minutes. See you all there. We will go for a break, a short break in the meantime, and we'll be back in 20 minutes. Stay tuned, everyone. We're back and ready for round 9. This is the penultimate round of the Bitcoin Chess 960 Chess Championship. And we have a new leader of the tournament. Alexander Grishuk won against Alexander Bortnik in the previous round and is now leading the tournament with 1 point ahead of Mr. Bortnik. Bortnik had an excellent start of the tournament and has been leading throughout the entire tournament, also before today. And then he unfortunately had 2 losses in a row, which made it possible for Grishuk to come from behind, and he's now leading with 1 point. And the games should have started at right now, so let's just look at the overview and have a look at the pairings. So now we have 2 very important games. So there is Alexander Bortnik against David Anton Guijaro. Alexander Bortnik will need to strike back immediately to still have chances for the first prize. And then board 2, Alexander Grishuk playing with the white pieces against Benjamin Bock, who has not had the greatest event. Benjamin Bock won his first round, but after that he has only made a few draws and no more victories. He's on shared last place with Anton David and Jorge Corre. So again, another great chance for Alexander Grishuk to make another full point. And then on board 3, we have the tournament's third place, Lenier Dominguez against Jorge Corre. And this is basically the game of the round without, too much importance, I guess. For the standings, it's definitely important when it comes to second place, third place, and so on, but I feel like it's all about Alexander Bortnik and Alexander Grishuk. Will Bortnik be able to strike back and still have chances to win the first prize, or will Alexander Grishuk continue his streak and win yet again and keep the advantage with 1 point before the last round? So we will go straight into the games. Let's go to board 2 with our leader Alexander Grishuk with the white pieces against Benjamin Bock. We've also been working on the lag during the break, so I hope this time it will be a bit better. So just let me know if there's still some lag on both myself and the boards and also the live stream from the playing venue. Let me just turn the camera a bit down. I had to move myself a bit to the left because the sun is killing my neck. And I'm starting to look like a red lobster. So let me just move slightly to the left. Okay, here we're ready. This is round 9 right now out of 10, and we're looking at Alexander Grishuk and against Benjamin Bock. Yes, it's good. Yes, no problem. Thank you. And again, we see this is actually quite interesting clash-up because both of these players are known to spend their time not only in the opening but basically throughout the entire game, and we can already see that they have started taking their time. Grishuk down to 23 minutes, Benjamin Bock down to 22 minutes, and they have only played 2 single moves. Not much happening. They're trying to go deep into the position and really try to understand what's happening. And we can also just have a look at the overview and then see again that not really much is happening in most of the games. We do have a similar position in board 1 as in board 2. And then we have completely different position in board 3 between Jorge Corre and Lenier Dominguez. We're not going to pay too much attention to board 3 in this round unless something crazy happens, which can happen because we all know Jorge Corre is always having crazy games. But we will mostly focus on the game between Alexander Bortnik and David Anton, and also Alexander Grishuk against Benjamin Bock. Let's go back to the board 2. Alexander Grishuk and Benjamin Bock. This will be the most important game this round. This time it will be Grishuk's game we will following. It's usually been Alexander Bortnik that we've had the most focus on because he's been in the lead throughout the entire tournament. But now it's been changed, and now Alexander Grishuk is the one leading the tournament. Knight e2 has been played with the idea f4, pretty simple idea. He played g3 with the idea of going f4. Knight e6 prevented that idea, and Grishuk renews that threat of going f4 with the move knight to e2. And this is again very interesting because for me the obvious move could be knight to d3, but Grishuk decides to go knight e2. I guess this is a bit more flexible, as you now both have the chance of going c3 d4 as well as g3 f4. d6 played by Benjamin Book after a thought, and now I would assume f4 will follow, as this most likely is the idea of Alexander Grishuk. And with the move f4 you also are able to strike even more with f5 in the next move if black allows you. So no, I think this is a great start from Alexander Grishuk, and this will be very exciting to watch time management from these players, because I don't think Benjamin Bock would like to be in a time scramble against the leader Alexander Grishuk, who goes into this game with great confidence. Let's go to board 1, where I see that there has been some development. I actually got déjà vu because I suddenly thought that this is the same game, but it's actually not. But they're kind of making the same moves, but David Anton has played the move g5. This has been a thing throughout the entire tournament from David Anton. He really likes to play these g moves, like g5 or g4 from the white side, and even h5 and h4 as well. Now it's my Red Bull start flying all over the place. Now, okay. So he really wanted to prevent white from going f4, which Bock didn't do against Grishuk. So now it will be interesting to see how Bortnik continues. Does he care about the f4 break, or will he try to play around it? Because now you can see that. Let's say, just have a look at the f5 square. This one is very weak, and a knight could eventually land there and be very annoying towards black's position, because there's no pawns that can kick it away. So I'm not a big fan of a g5 move, but David Anton seems to like this strategy, and he tries to go for this in most games. So how would we continue? Maybe c3, d4, or maybe d3, putting the bishop on c3, renewing the threat of f4. And Bortnik has the same problem as he had in the last game, is that he doesn't like to make the plans himself. He prefers the opponents to find the plan. That's why he prefers to be black in chess 960 games. And now you can also have a look at the clock situation, and you can see Alexander Bortnik down to 19 minutes. He's looking for a plan, but he was actually hoping that David Anton was the one who's going to come up with a plan. So d6 on the board. Bortnik's having a think. Let's move back to board 2 again, where the leader Alexander Grishuk is playing. Very similar position. It would be exactly the same position if Benjamin Bock played g5, but instead he played g6. And now I'm kind of assuming he should go f4 at some point. I don't know why you play knight e2 and g3 if you're not gonna play f4. Then you could just do something else, I guess. So I would probably play f4. I don't see the reason to why not. So f4 is my guess. But also you've seen that Grishuk, he knows his idea is probably f4, but he likes to recheck the position, look for other alternatives as well, and just in general take his time. So he likes to think in the opening stage, and when they get pretty low on time, he makes also a lot of great moves. So he's not afraid of being low on time. And that's kind of the same situation for Alexander Bortnik. Let's have a look. The overview, we see that Alexander Bortnik played d3, just casual, slow move, maybe hinting at bishop c3, renewing the threat of f4. And now David Anton has to make a move. We see on board 3 also not too much happening. Again, we have a g4, g5 position. Very odd. f3, maybe he's getting ready to play h4 now. I think h4 is black's idea here, unless Lenier is the one who strikes first with h5. So this position can obviously turn quickly and become quite messy, but for now all games are pretty quiet. If you have a look at board 1 and board 2, try to spot the difference. Try to spot the difference. There is only one difference, and that is that on board 1 there's a pawn on g5, on board 2 the pawn is on g6. Other than that, it's completely the same position, and you would kind of wonder if the players are looking at each other, but I'll actually show you that they're actually not seated besides each other, so they are not watching the other games, which is actually quite interesting that they have basically the same position, but they're not looking at each other's games. So that's a sign of that they're all basically same level and they are having the same thoughts. So d3 on the board from Alexander Bortnik, and there's also d3 on the board from Alexander Grishuk. Similar positions, but at the same time there's actually a big difference, even though it looks so similar, because the pawn on g5 gives away so many light squares. Like there's a potential of a knight coming to h5, a bishop coming to h5, knight landing on f5, something could land on g4 even, and at some moment of time maybe black could try to open up with h4, sorry, white could open up with h4. So I would kind of prefer the way Benjamin Bock is playing, just with g6, but in both games I would take the white pieces, because I like how their chances are, and I like how they can try to break open with f4. So as in every round, the opening stage is relatively slow, not too much happening, but there's always a few players who stand out by taking a long think, and usually one of them is the Dutch Benjamin Bock, who has been played relatively quickly for now. Maybe not quickly, but both of them has played slow, down to 18.5 minutes, and Alexander Grishuk has 19 minutes. You might wonder what the situation is on board 1, and I'll tell you exactly the same. No changes. Pawn moved to d3. Black is thinking. You can kind of feel the tense situations in the playing venue. A lot of nerves. Only 2 rounds remaining. Alexander Bortnik 1 point behind Alexander Grishuk. Will he be able to strike back and still compete for the #1 spot in the tournament? Bishop f6 played by David Anton. That's that's a move. It's I mean, it's making it harder for white to go f4, because now they're lining up towards that b2 pawn, but at the same time having the bishop on f6 kind of blocking the view from the queen on h8, and also the potential of going potential of developing that bishop on e8 to f7 or g6 or even h5. So now the bishop on e8 will have to go to either d7 or c6. But looking at the position, it does look a bit ugly for black, like structural wise. But yeah, it might change quickly. But now I would not really care about pushing the f4 pawn. Now I'll just try to, okay, a4. I was gonna say maybe c3. Just play it slowly, but you do see every single game they like to take a lot of space with going a4, h4, g4 even. And now a4 is on the board. David Anton most likely gonna reply with a5. I say most likely, but I'm not 100% sure, because if he goes a5, then there might be an immediate knight to c4 attacking that pawn twice. That's why he goes knight e7. Knight e7 on the board. I think, yes, Bortnik is gonna push his pawn 1 more square. David Anton will have to go a6. You cannot allow that pawn to go any further to a6, because that will create a lot of weaknesses around the king. So I'm expecting David Anton to go a6. Let's see what's up on board 2. Do we have any changes? Yes, we do have a move We do have a move. Knight to b6 is on the board, and now Grishuk is the one thinking. Less than 17 minutes. Knight goes to b6. You would like to go a4 to try and chase that knight away, but unfortunately that square is protected both by the bishop on e8 and the knight on b6. So if you would like to do something like this, you would have to go either b3 to get ready to play a4, or c3 and then play a4 next move. I do like to move c3. I mentioned it in the move before, opening up for the bishop and also getting ready to go long castles. So c3 is definitely an alternative. h4 is on the board by Alexander Grishuk. Again, they're trying to take a lot of space, get more space for your pieces. That is very natural. Also preventing the knight from going to g5, also the bishop from going to g5. So that's a natural move. Maybe Benjamin Bock will do the same, go h5. We will see. I'm kind of expecting Benjamin Bock to have a longer think. Yes, Lenier is playing. He's playing on board 3. He's currently in the 3rd spot of the tournament, playing against Jorge Corey, who is on shared last place with Benjamin Bock and David Anton. h5 was actually played by Lenier Dominguez, as we discussed a few minutes ago. Jorge Corey plays knight d2. He's well ahead on time already, 3 minutes up, 3.5 minutes up. Lenier Dominguez is thinking in this exact moment. He has a good position in the standings in the 3rd place, but with a loss it's suddenly just all open. So he needs to be careful not to lose this game, Lenier Dominguez, because in the last round he has a serious opponent, which is Mr. Alexander Grishuk. So if he loses this one, he's not going to have an easy game in the next round. Let's have a quick overview of the games. Here you can see all the games for those just tuning in. Alexander Bortnik on board 1, our previous leader, playing against David Anton. Board 2, Alexander Grishuk, our current leader, playing against Benjamin Bock. And on board 3, Jorge Corey, playing against Lenier Dominguez. We see some movement on board 2. Alexander Grishuk placing his queen a bit more centralized on h3, pointing towards that king on b8 indirectly. Also stopping black from going f6 because of the knight will be hanging in some lines. Other than that, I'm not sure what queen h3 is doing. Maybe he wants to go queen f1 and then f4. But queen h3 is on the board. We do have a very strange structure in the game between Jorge Corey and Lenier Dominguez. Those pawns kind of look like a bathtub, I guess. Yeah, I'll say this is the typical bathtub pawn situation here in board 3. And then board 1, very slow move from Alexander Bortnik. He's playing this game slowly but steady. Doesn't want to make any big mistakes in the opening, so he's taking his time. h3. I have a feeling we might get a few interesting games this round, sorry. If you're a fan of Bortnik, you will definitely need Bock to beat Alexander Grishuk, and again you will need Bortnik to beat David Anton. Both super solid player, David Anton and Benjamin Bock, so that's not gonna be easy. Benjamin Bock not really having his event, haven't won a single game since round 1, and hasn't had the best day today. 2 losses and 1 draw. Not too much movement on the boards. We do see bishop d7 by Benjamin Bock, and we do see a move from David Anton. Let's go to board 2. Bishop d7. That's a natural move, just pointing towards that vulnerable queen on h3. Kind of assume that queen will move, step away, most likely to f1. Or maybe he just doesn't care, but I do think he cares. Because that knight can jump from e6 to c5 to d4 to f4 to g5. And the queen on h3 will be attacked. So queen f1 is expected. Queen g2 is also possible, but I like to put a queen on f1 because it's kind of eyeing the possibility of going f4. So let's go to board 1. That's a good question. We have a question about what will happen if the first place is tied. And that's a good question. It will actually be an Armageddon. They're not going to share the prize. It will be an Armageddon about who will be the winner. And that's also the case if you share the second place, the third place, fourth, fifth, sixth, and so on. So there will be an Armageddon game, which will also be streamed here on the channel. So make sure to stay tuned if there will be an Armageddon game. That would obviously be very, very exciting for the spectators. Maybe not so much for the players, but we are the spectators, so we would love it. Knight takes d5 on the board from David Anton Guijarro. Let's see if we can get a camera on these guys. Here they are. Alexander Bortnik to our left, and David Anton in the red shirt to the right. Just taking knight on d5. Bortnik is considering whether he should take with the pawn or if he should take with the knight. Taking with the pawn is asking a lot of good questions, because suddenly knight on d4 doesn't have too many squares, so c3 is suddenly a huge threat. So that's why he's, in general, you would like to go knight takes d5 because the knight is so beautifully placed in the center of the board. But e takes d5 has a concrete threat of going c2, c3. So I guess he will take some time to think. Alexander Bortnik 16 minutes against David Anton's 13 minutes, and Bortnik will have to win this game. I think he knows Bortnik will have to win this game. I think he believes that Alexander Grishuk has great winning chances against Benjamin Bock. So if he wants to follow him and try to catch him, he will have to win himself. And that's not easy, playing against David Anton Guijarro, who is an excellent player. He's higher rated even than Alexander Bortnik when it comes to classical chess. But remember, this is not normal chess, it's not classical chess, it's chess 960, and it's a rapid time control. Yes, Alexander Bortnik lost to Alexander Grishuk, so they were switched places, and now Grishuk is the one leading the tournament. But still, there are 2 more rounds to go, and anything can happen. Players are getting tired, it's more at stake. The nerves are getting higher, and there's a lot of pressure. Knight takes d5 in the end from Alexander Bortnik. Bishop moves back to d8. He would like to keep that bishop pair. That makes a lot of sense. Next move, he would probably go c7, c6, kick that knight out. c3 from white. Looking at the position, it is very symmetrical. It's kind of almost the same position again. If you play c6, knight goes to e3, and it's very similar. There's almost no difference. Only the pawns on g3, h3, g5, h5 is the difference. Let me just go to the overview just to have a look and see what's happening in the other games. Alexander Grishuk is actually down on time against Benjamin Bock. That is very unusual. Benjamin Bock is usually the one being behind on time. We know Alexander Grishuk is spending a lot of time as well, and always at some point he decides to speed up. And this has been the issue for Benjamin Bock in most of the round. He's playing good chess, he's thinking a lot, but when he has to speed up, he has not been able to play at the same level as Alexander Grishuk has been doing when he's low on time. c3 by Alexander Grishuk. getting ready to put his bishop on c2, or perhaps play a4, a5 and annoy that knight on b6. Knight goes to c5 in the game between Bortnik and Anton David, simply threatening to take a pawn on d3. I guess that will be protected. What? It's not gonna be protected? I guess not. That is a very interesting move by Bortnik. I was just about to say I'm guessing that will be protected, but now I see that if David Anton goes knight takes d3, I do think Bortnik would go bishop d3, knight takes f2, queen g2, and the knight would actually be trapped. Maybe that's something David Anton missed, but he jumps back to d7 relatively quickly, and Bortnik has exposed himself in front of his king. It is weaker than it was earlier, and the king doesn't have too many defenders ahead of it. So knight d7 on the board. But clearly b4 is a sign that he's willing to go all in this game, Alexander Bortnik. He wants to win, and he needs to win, and he knows it. That's why he's playing b4. But let's see how this goes, if he will continue playing like a crazy man, or if he'll try to calm down a bit. But I like his chances for now. I think he has a good position, but I also think David Anton has a nice position as well. I think this is very balanced, with chances for both. Much more space for Alexander, but David Anton has kind of, how to say, like more secure position, because Bortnik has exposed himself in front of the king. So 97, Alexander Bortnik. How is the time situation? 13 minutes for Alexander Bortnik, 12.5 minutes for David Anton. Let's go to board 2. Our leader, Alexander Grishuk, he played the move c3, and now we are seeing the roles getting reversed here. Benjamin Bock has started taking his long things. Grishuk, 12 minutes, Benjamin Bock getting closer to that 12-minute mark as well. And usually in these situations, Benjamin Bock likes to take his time, and this is where I think we're gonna see a change on the clocks. I think Benjamin Bock will probably spend a few minutes in the next few moves, and I think Grishuk is ready to start play faster here. c3 on the board, getting ready to play a2, a4 is my guess, or also just a normal move, bishop c2. But a4 seems like a favorable move for most of the players, as it's taking up a lot of space. So let's go back to board 1. We do have some development here. Bortnik moved his queen to f3. David Anton pushed his pawn to g4, and we had the trade h takes g4, h takes g4. Queen goes back to g2, and in the next move, Bortnik will go rook h1 and take control over that h file. But still, I think David Anton has a good position, nothing to worry about at the moment, but you never know, that g4 pawn might be a target at a later stage. Even now, it looks a bit weak, as knight e3 might come at some point. Bishop on d1 will be looking at that pawn for the rest of the game. So this is going to be an exciting game, chances for both players. Obviously, this is a very important game for Bortnik, and I wonder if he will step up and walk and have a look at the game between Alexander Grishuk and Benjamin Bock. And you can see, yes, just as I was talking about, you see Grishuk is moving up from his board to have a look at board 1 between Alexander Bortnik and David Anton, just to see what's happening on the board. This is a sign that we're getting closer to the finish line. Players are looking at each other's games just to see how they're doing. Should I play hard on for a win? Should I play more calmly? Should I settle with a draw? Or do I have to go desperate and try to win the game? So Grishuk has had a look, made up his mind about Bortnik's position. Yes, indeed, donut hole. This is super, super intense. We might even have a winner after this round. If Grishuk wins and Bortnik is not able to win, then Grishuk is the winner of the Bitcoin Chess 960 Chess Championship 2026. So we might actually already have a winner after this round. Still, there's a long way to go for Grishuk. But Benjamin Bock, as I said, he will spend a few minutes on the next few moves, but he's actually spending a lot of minutes just on this move. But now, Bishop e7. After all these moves, he ends up playing Bishop e7. He is ready to go short castles. If a4, he might just bring that king all the way over to g8. a4 probably is going to go a5 first, and then he's going to go short castle. And actually, the king seems pretty safe on g8. For the moment, I would say. He's also getting ready to go long castles, which is also a possibility. Oh wow, exactly what I said. Grishuk knows when to speed up. Now he's speeding up. Bishop c2. Quick and easy move. He knows that Benjamin Bock likes to spend his time, so he's gonna put pressure on the clock and just make easy, simple moves, which are not blundering the game. Bishop c2. And again, I believe Benjamin Bock might spend a few minutes here as well. He's down to 9 minutes. Does he want to go short castle, or does he want to go long castle? That is the question. Let's go to our chaser, Alexander Bortnik, here on board 1 against David Anton. Knight has jumped to f5. I do like that move. I really like that move. I don't think you can take that knight, leaving Alexander with the great bishop pair. So where are you gonna move your queen? To f8 perhaps? Yes, and then quickly bishop a4. He avoids the trade. I think that's a smart decision by Alexander Bortnik. Maybe he'll continue chasing it with bishop d7. Or maybe he'll try to strike in the center with d5. Hold up, bishop h6 is a huge threat. So he takes on f5. In this position, I'm starting to like Bortnik's position more and more and more. Those bishops, they can be very strong. And I don't like the piece placement of the bishop on d8 and the knight on f6. And I do like that white is controlling the h-file. It's a very important h-file. Now, the king feels a bit more safe, so I do like the chances of Alexander Bortnik here. You do also see David Anton is spending more and more time, down to 9.5 minutes, while Bortnik has a bit more than 11 minutes. So I do start liking his chances here, Alexander Bortnik. And I do think that he is also happy with the current situation. Let's see what's going on board 2 between Alexander Grishuk and Benjamin Bock. Benjamin Bock has made his move. He played queen g8 after the move bishop c2. So now there's no possibility of going short castles for black at the moment. Queen g8. Not sure what he's intending to do. Just a waiting move, I guess. So Sasha Grishuk is now taking his time. Will he go long castles? Maybe queen g8. That he's placing the queen just to eye the a2 pawn. That could be necessary in some situations. Let's say long castles. And then suddenly e takes f4 is a possibility. Knight takes f4, knight takes f4, and then queen takes a2 in the end. You're also inviting white to go bishop b3. So Will be interesting to see. What does Alexander Grishuk do here? Will he understand the importance of the time management, or will he try to come up with a plan? I think now it's all about playing fast and easy, quick moves. But that's also the question, are there any easy moves? Maybe they're not. Maybe that's why he's looking for something else. We do also have a situation that white can actually take f takes e5, d takes e5, and knight takes f5, and that's a pawn. So this is actually a sacrifice from Benjamin Book. White can go f takes e5, d takes e5, knight takes f5. Yes, you're pinning yourself, but you can support your knight with going g4 later. So I do think that's a possibility. F e5, d takes e5, knight takes f5. I do think Bock will play bishop c5 in that situation. So I guess perhaps Grishuk should not spend too much time on this idea. Someone is saying that Bortnik perhaps lost his advantage. Let's jump to his game. You do see that David Anton has a very, very strong center. Now the bishop on d8 is getting stronger. It can now move to c7. And that bishop on a4 is getting more and more buried. Doesn't have too much to work with here. Looks a bit annoyed actually, Bortnik. But the most important is that he has quite the advantage on the clock. 11.5 minutes against 8.5 minutes. That's 3 big minutes. But he will need to come up with a plan. Otherwise, black will just continue developing bishop c7 and even queen to c8, eyeing that isolated pawn on f5. And if that drops, that's problematic. Rook h6, active move from Alexander Bortnik. He probably intends going rook a h1 next move, taking full control of that h file. He's having a look to his right, maybe looking towards Grishuk, seeing what's happening over there. Because at this stage it's important to know what's happening with your competitor. Rook h6 on the board, David Anton. If you want a good result from this game, David Anton, you will have to speed up. You will have to speed up. Now down to 7.5 minutes. Time is ticking fast. Faster and faster. The longer the game goes on. We do have some moves on board 2 between our leader Grishuk. He went long castles. He went for long castles. Will Benjamin Book do something about that isolated pawn on a2? Well, not isolated, but it's not defended. I don't think he has anything concrete at the moment. I think he should probably develop with going long castles himself. Long castles makes a whole lot of sense. This game will be all about the time management. I do think we will see a huge time scramble in this game between Alexander Grishuk and Benjamin Book. Probably the players spending the most time out of all players in the tournament. Let's just have a quick look at the board tree. Is some blunder anything? Queen h1 on the board. So what about queen d7? e4. Trying to open up. Usually you would not like to open up for against the player who has the bishop pair, because you're opening up a lot of squares now. Let's say the bishop can go to e3 and place itself on d4 in the future. But I think that if black could have one more move, he would play queen e5 and he will gobble up the pawn on f5. And that will create massive problems for white. So Bortnik needs to be careful how he's going to play this position. E takes d3 is also a threat. But I think the main threat will be something like queen d7. At the moment, you should not play queen e5 because that will run into bishop f4, pinning the queen to the king and losing your queen. So very exciting game. Let's have a look at the stream, the video of the players. Maybe not this one, this one. Alexander Bortnik still has quite a lot of time actually. 10 minutes and 40 seconds against David Anton, who's down to only 6 minutes, almost double the time there. Is Alexander Bortnik shaking his head? I think he's shaking his head. He's not happy. He's not happy with his position. Is it slipping out of his hand? E4. Queen f1, is that a move? That looks way too passive. E takes d3 is actually a massive threat, because after king takes d3 you would like to land your knight on e4, and that knight on e4 is such a beast. So you can prevent that with going d4, but you don't really want to block the position even more. Oh wow, he takes on e4. Knight takes e4 is expected. I don't see what else. You can obviously exchange queens, but that makes it easier for white. So I'm expecting knight takes e4. Knight takes e4. Should be on the board. Knight takes e4. Probably bishop e3 will happen. And that bishop will probably land at d4. So let's see, he made a move. I think he actually took with the queen. Yes, queen takes c4 on the board. Is this good news for Bortnik, or is this bad news for Bortnik? That's the question. David Anton's pawn structure is better, and also considering he's short on time, maybe a queen trade was the smartest decision. Queen takes e4, knight takes e4. Now the pawn on f2 is hanging, and I think if black gets the choice, he will go bishop g5, exchange those bishop, take back with the rook, and that f5 pawn looks like it's gonna fall. I'm sorry to say to all of the Bortnik fans, but I do think David Anton has the upper hand here. I think he has a better position. I think he has good winning chances. I do not like Bortnik's position at all. That bishop on a4 is not looking good. Rook on a1 is not doing anything at the moment. There's a lot of threats. Rook h7 on the board, attacking that pawn on f7. Bortnik walks away from the board, probably going to have a look at the Grishuk game just to see what's going on there. That's most likely what he's doing at the moment. Rook h7. Black cannot allow to lose that pawn, I think. But how do you defend it? That's a good question. What about bishop g5? Maybe bishop g5 is a good move. Bortnik back to the board. Actually, he just took a cup of coffee. He doesn't care about Grishuk game. He wants his coffee. What about bishop g5? Yes, bishop g5 is on the board. I think that's a great move. I think that's an excellent move from Mr. David Anton from Spain. If bishop takes g5, he will take back with the knight, both defending the pawn on f7 and also threatening the rook on h7, so it will have to return back to h4, h1 or something like this. Will he accept this trade, or will he put his bishop back to e1, making his position even more passive? Bishop g5. Not looking good for Bortnik. Let's turn our focus onto board number 2 between Alexander Grishuk, the leader of the tournament, against Benjamin Book. Look at the time here. Alexander Grishuk down to 3 minutes and 45 seconds against Benjamin Book's 5 minutes and 15 seconds. So Benjamin Book is actually up on time. Probably the first game of the tournament. He's up on time. Bishop to c3. Putting more pressure towards that pawn on e5. Knight a4 is possible. Knight a4, bishop takes a4, bishop takes a4. Maybe knight a4 you should play here, Benjamin. Or maybe knight a4 allows knight to d5, so maybe it's not a good idea. What did he choose? Yes, he did play knight a4. But maybe it allows knight d5. Knight d5 looks actually quite tempting. Knight d5, knight takes c3, knight e2 takes c3. But maybe it's worth it because that bishop on c3 is a monster. I think he goes knight e5. Knight d5 on the board. Benjamin Buck will have to take on c3, so he should just do it immediately. Three and a half minutes for Alexander Grischuk, 4.5 minutes for Benjamin Buck. This will be a huge time scramble. We still have all the major pieces on the board. Just one pawn has been exchanged. Knight takes c3, knight e takes c3. And I do believe in just a few minutes this board will not look like this. It will be a complete chaos, complete mess. There's a move, knight to e8. That's a passive move. He wants to take back on f6 with the knight. Makes sense, but what if white doesn't take on f6? What if white does something else? What can he do though? F takes e5 maybe. It's a difficult position, especially being so low on time. Grischuk makes the move. What did he play? c5. Wow, that's brave. c5. That's I mean, he's opening up for his bishop on c2 to land on b3, eyeing that queen on g8. But you're weakening your knight on d5. So now let's say bishop e6. Looks very natural to me now. Attacking that knight on d5. Bishop e6, Benjamin Buck. I think you should play bishop e6. What is his idea then? Bishop e6. I don't think we've had any move on board one. Yes, there it is. He played bishop e1 in the end. Let's not look at me. Let's look at the boards, the players on board one. He did play bishop e1 as we saw on the live board. There it is. 5 minutes. He spent 5, 6, 10 minutes on this move. David Anton, here he goes, below 5 minutes. Bishop e1. He knows he's better. He knows that he is better. What about a move like knight to d6? Knight to d6. You are protecting the pawn on f7 and also attacking that pawn on f5. And I do wonder, is short castles allowed? I don't remember where the rook started, at what spot. But he does long castles. But don't you... Oh wow, I like this move a lot. He just gives up the pawn on f7. And if rook takes f7, he's just gonna go rook f8, exchange the rooks, and then later take on f5, and then the f2 pawn will drop later. And that's gonna be very difficult for Alexander Bortnik. Unfortunately for Bortnik fans, I think he's struggling a lot in this game. It will be very difficult to defend this position. Weak pawn on f5, inactive pieces on a4, a1, e1. The only active piece is the rook on h7, so if black will be able to exchange a pair of rooks, it will be almost game over for Alexander Bortnik. So he needs to do something active, but what? That is the question. That is the big question. And the situation is like Bortnik, he's worse. He might lose this game, and he cannot lose, and he can also not really draw. So somehow he probably thinks that he needs to win. But you know, when you're in this situation, you're looking at Grischuk's game, that he's maybe winning, and you are maybe not winning yourself. Maybe he has to try to focus on that second place, unfortunately. Even though he's been leading the tournament throughout both days, maybe he has to start thinking about that second place, because if he loses this game, then maybe Dominguez is, because Dominguez is coming with high speed from that third place, and then he might drop down to third place as well. So Bortnik should be careful. Maybe he should focus on that second place and forget about him being the leader for most of the tournament. Yeah, I do see there's a comment here in the chat about Bortnik didn't learn your rule about that draw is okay. We actually spoke about it the other day, that Bortnik is a fan of playing for a win, and he prefers to lose instead of making a draw. And that's basically what you're seeing in this game. He knows he's worse. He's not going to settle for a draw. He's trying to win a bad position. So let's see how this goes. I understand that you like to play on for a win in Title Tuesdays and so on, Bullet Brawl, but this is like a big tournament, big prize fund, so maybe he should try to calm down and try to make a draw in this position. Let's see what happens on board 2. Wow, there's been a huge change here. The pawn on d6, which Bok can take. You can also see that, wow, look at the time. Am I seeing this right? Grishuk 2 minutes and 40 seconds and Benjamin Bok down to 50 seconds? That can't be. Let's have a look at the players. Is that really correct? Yes, it is. Benjamin Bok, 40 seconds. 40 seconds. Alexander Grishuk, 2.5 minutes. Benjamin Bok plays the move bishop e6, 51 seconds. But I think his position is okay. I think Benjamin Bok has a good position here. He's gonna take on d6, next move, either with the knight or either with the rook. Bishop is well placed on e6, bishop is well placed on h8. And white's pieces are a bit strangely placed. Isolated pawn on d3. I do think that Benjamin Bok is actually better in this position. Is this Alexander Bortnik's savior? The Flying Dutchman, Benjamin Bok, f5. Bishop takes e5, will land on the board. But he's so low on time. He's super low on time. d4 on the board. Good move by Alexander Grishuk, chasing away the bishop. Wherever that bishop moves, d5 will come. d5 will come. Just quickly go over to this. Whoa, we have, okay, he took on f7, knight d6, landed on the board. Rook back to h7. He can now take on f5. How is the time situation? Let's not look at my face. Let's have a look at the players. 3.5 minutes for David Anton. That's plenty of time. And Bortnik down to 2.5 minutes. And he's also worse. This is a difficult game for Bortnik. Having a think here, David Anton. Should he take on f5 or should he go rook f8 and take on f5 with the rook? I would probably do the latter, play rook g to f8 and then take on f5 with the rook, keeping my rook on e8 and also keeping the possibility of bringing my knight back to e4. And then let's quickly move to board number 2, our leader, Alexander Grishuk. This is not an easy game for Alexander Grishuk. He's not better. I don't think he's better. He has a better pawn structure, but Alexander Grishuk has the better time, and he's the better blitz player. Bishop e3, and yes, he has the better pawn structure, of course. 15 seconds for Benjamin Bok. Is this Bortnik's savior? Knight takes d5, knight takes d5. Bishop takes d5 even. He's keeping this knight b5 idea open. I'm starting to like Grishuk's position more and more. Down under 10 seconds, Benjamin Bok. You gotta move. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. He made a move. He made a move in just a couple of seconds. Bishop c7. Bishop c7. What about knight b5? What about knight b5, Mr. Book? Can you go knight b5? He has 2 minutes, Mr. Grishuk, to calculate knight to b5. Does it work? Does it not work? Knight b5, bishop b6, queen f4 check. King a8. And you're still alive. You're still alive somehow. So maybe he is safe. Yes, I think he is safe, but still, Grishuk, I think, has the better position. Maybe he can just go queen f3. Queen f3, threatening to take on b7. And if bishop takes d5, bishop takes d5. It does seem like our stream is lagging a bit. Let me go to the live board so we can follow the players live. Yes, in matter of fact, we do actually have queen f3 on the board. Bishop takes d5, knight takes d5. And I do like Alexander Grishuk's chances here. Bishop e5. Centralizing that bishop. But he has only 13 seconds, Benjamin Book. The man from the Netherlands. Bishop e5. You cannot go rook g e1 because of queen takes g3. Rook d3. That's a good move, human move. Queen g7, threatening to take that pawn on b2. So what can you, maybe, can you go rook e1? Rook e1, if bishop b2, maybe rook e7. Rook e1, maybe, bishop takes b2, rook e7. Benjamin Book, 18 seconds, and now Grishuk is also going below 1 minute. Let me keep an eye on the board one between Bortnik and David Anton. I think Bortnik is in big trouble still, but he's fighting. Digital board is on Lichess and also the one I'm viewing, but I'm not sure how to find that one. But yes, it's on Lichess, not on chess.com. So queen g4, that might be a good move. I think rook e1 was a good idea in the previous move, but queen g4, I think that's a good move from Benjamin Book. What about queen e3? What about queen e3? Is he gonna go queen e4 maybe? I don't think he's gonna trade the queens. I highly doubt it. That makes black's situation much easier. Aha, okay, it's apparently on chess.com as well. The board. Queen g4 on the board. 20 seconds for Benjamin Book. 15 seconds for Alexander Grishuk. 15 seconds for Alexander Grishuk. He has to make a huge choice. Let's see how we're doing with the live stream of those players. If it's working or not. There it is. Queen g4 on the board. Let's see what he decides to play. Alexander Grishuk. Left in the picture here against Benjamin Book. To a right, knight to c3. Oh wow, that's a tricky move. What about queen takes f3? I think those are good drawing chances for Benjamin Book. What about bishop takes c3? Bishop takes c3 should be draw. I think bishop c3 is a draw. Oh, he took on d1. I think that's not the best move. Unless he plays the move rook g8 now. Yes, rook g8 on the board. Rook takes f5 is expected. Bishop takes g3. Rook h5. And then rook g4, we have a draw. If that happens. I think Benjamin Book will hold this to a draw. So it's all about board one, which is still going on between Alexander Bortnik and David Anton. Let's quickly go there because I think this is going to be a draw. Yes, let's just go quickly back because they have made a draw. It's a draw between Alexander Grishuk and Benjamin Book. What great save by Benjamin Book. He was in big trouble on the clock, but he was playing excellent. So it's all about Bortnik. Will he survive? Will he have good chances? Bishop d2, that's a very strong move. No, this is not looking good for Bortnik. I do think Bortnik is gonna lose this game. And that means that Grishuk is the winner of Bitcoin Chess 960 Championship. But still the game is going on, so let's see what happens. But I think Bortnik will resign. Maybe not now, but I think so. There's no defense here, and he knows. You can see it in his face. He knows the game is over. There it is, handshake from Bortnik. Bortnik has lost the game, and that means that Alexander Grishuk from Russia is the winner of Bitcoin Chess 960 Chess Championship with 1 round to spare. Oof, what a tournament. So sad for Alexander Bortnik, but he's been fighting very well. He's been playing very good throughout the entire tournament, but then Grishuk decided just to go complete beast mode and just crush everyone. But we do have a winner. Alexander Grishuk is the winner of the Bitcoin Chess 960 Championship and is going back home with 1 Bitcoin, which is currently worth around $70,000. So that's a good price for Alexander Grishuk, who must be very happy at the moment. Let me just check if all the boards are finished. Just to see, there's board 3. Let's see, are they still playing? They are still playing. Let's have a look at Jorge Corey against Lenier Dominguez before we say something else. Here it looks like Lenier is pushing for a win. And that means that Lenier, Dominguez and Bortnik will fight for the second place, actually. It will be interesting to have a look at the standings before the last round, because the last round will be crucial. I think it will be a huge fight between Alexander Grishuk, no, not Alexander Grishuk, but Alexander Bortnik and Lenier Dominguez about the second place, if Lenier Dominguez is able to win this position. Let's have a look. Let me find the standings here. I do think that Lenier Dominguez will win this position. He's only a pawn up, but that extra pawn on e4 doesn't mean too much, because the pawn on a6, b5, c6 will run up the board and create a lot of problems for white. Just look how passive he is. He knows. Jorge Corey knows that this is likely going to be another loss for him. And if I'm having a look at the standings, so Grishuk is up to 6.5 points. Bortnik stays on 5 points. Lenier Dominguez will most likely come up to 5 points, sharing the second place with Alexander Bortnik. And David Anton goes up to 4th place with 4 points. Benjamin Bock will have 3.5, and Jorge Corey will still have 3 points. So there's actually a possibility still of a 3-way tie for second place. Bortnik will be on 5 points. Lenier Dominguez will be on 5 points, and then there will be David Anton on 4 points, and he's still able to catch both of those players. So that will be an exciting last round as well. We do have the pairing Alexander Grishuk against Lenier Dominguez, and I do have a feeling, because Grishuk already won his game, maybe he'll just make a quick draw to finish the tournament, and then Lenier Dominguez will be happy with his event as well, and then it's all on Bortnik, who will have to either make a draw or beat Benjamin Bock to get that second place, or play an Armageddon for that second place. B4 on the board here between Jorge Corey, and yes, there's a resignation. Lenier Dominguez wins this game and moves up to shared second place together with Alexander Bortnik on 5 points. Wow, what a tournament, what a final day of the tournament. Grishuk playing amazing chess. Winner of the tournament, well deserved, I have to say, I have to admit, but there's still one more round, so please stay tuned. There's a big, it's a big round still, and it's a big fight for that second place, which is half a Bitcoin, which is also a lot of money, so Stay tuned for that. Let me just check once again when that round starts. Round 5 of the day and round 10 in total will be at 5 p.m. Why is my screen like this? Round 10, last round of the tournament, will be at 5 p.m. local time, starting in approximately 22 minutes. So stay tuned and come back in 22 minutes for the last round. Important game for Bortnik and very important game for Lenier Dominguez. And also David Anton has chances to fight for the second spot. So please come back in 20 minutes and we will have an exciting last round of the tournament. Stay tuned, guys. Welcome back to the last round of the tournament, Bitcoin Chess 960 Championship 2026. We do already have a winner. Alexander Grishuk is 1.5 points behind the rest of the field, and there's only one more round to go. So Alexander Grishuk takes home that one Bitcoin prize, which is worth around $70,000. So great for him, but we still have a very interesting last round to go. A lot's on stake, and we will basically go right into the action. Again, I'll just show you the view as I always have to. No green screen. This is where we're commentating from and enjoying life. Here in Roatan, Honduras, still no green screen, still nothing fake. Last day of the event, last round of the event. Here we go. Here is the overview. Last round of the tournament. There is David Anton, white against Jorge Corey. This is an important game because David Anton is only one point behind the second spot, which is now shared by both Lenier Dominguez and also Alexander Bortnik. And then we have board 2, which is also important in its own way. White is Lenier Dominguez against the champion Alexander Grishuk. For Grishuk, it doesn't matter what happens. He can lose, he can win, he can draw. It doesn't matter. He's still the winner. But for Lenier Dominguez, this game is really, really important as he's fighting along with Alexander Bortnik for the second spot and the half Bitcoin price, which is around $35,000, which is also a lot. And then on board 3, another important matchup, and that is Benjamin Bock with the white pieces against Alexander Bortnik. Same situation as the last one. Bortnik is fighting along with Lenier Dominguez and will need to probably get some points from this game against Benjamin Bock. So the question is, will there be a few draws or will there be fighting in all games? And if there's a tie, it will be decided on Armageddon. So as spectators, as viewers, I'm probably cheering for at least one tie so we can see some Armageddon action here directly from Roatan, Honduras, from this view, so I can enjoy this view even more. I don't have to go down to the playing venue and attend the prize ceremony. I would like to watch as much chess as possible. We all know Armageddons. They are really, really enjoyable for the spectators, not for the players, but we are the spectators, as mentioned previously. I see that Mr. Sherlock is still not convinced that this is a green skid. Maybe after the round I'll try and go touch the water and you can see that it's real. And it's not only me, actually. I'll just show you right now. Look. You even heard it. It is not a green screen. It is real. And now my hand is wet. So let's go into the games. I can already tell you that not too much is happening. Let me just dry off my hand so you can see it, that it's actually wet and that the pool is real. I hope I was able to make everyone believe in me when I'm telling you that the view is real. But still, I still think that people are having their doubts. But let's see. Here we have the overview again. Some strange lines. We got c4 in all of the games. All players agree that c4 is the best move, and we do have the situation that on board 3 it was c4 c5, and on board 2 it was c4 b5. Let's just talk a bit about the pairings and kind of what I'm expecting. I do have some sort of feeling that we will see on board 2 maybe a draw. Lenier Dominguez might be happy with the draw. That kind of puts him up at 5.5 points, and then Bortnik will have to make a point. Either he has to win or make a draw himself. And with a draw, that actually secures him at least minimum the third spot, which is a good place. It's a good prize money as well. And for Alexander Grishuk, I don't think it really matters whether he makes a draw, wins or loses. So I think he would also probably agree on a draw. So I think we could see a draw between Lenier and Alexander Grishuk, because it would be very strange for Lenier to take a lot of risk in this game, because if he loses, then even Anton can catch up with him, and also Bortnik will most likely pass him. So in worst case, he can get that fourth spot, which is not something he wanted before this round, I assume. So we do see a possible tiebreak here. If Lenier makes a draw, and also if Bortnik makes a draw, then we will have an Armageddon matchup between Lenier Dominguez and Alexander Bortnik for the second spot of the tournament. And that would be actually great fun. But at the same time, I do think Lenier Dominguez does not feel too comfortable going into Armageddon match against Alexander Bortnik. Bortnik is a blitz shark, and he did show in the qualifier that he did do this against Hans Niemann, and he absolutely crushed Hans Niemann in the Armageddon. So I know that Lenier Dominguez is aware of this situation, so maybe he will try to play for a win against Grishuk, but I do have a feeling that he might to try play solid against Grishuk, not take too many chances. Board 3, let's just go to the boards. Maybe we'll have a look at the cameras. C4, B6, and we did see on the live board that E4 was played, which is quite aggressive by Benjamin Bock. Taking a lot of control in the center, but still you're asking for a mass exchange in the center if Bortnik replies with the move D7 to D5. And let's see if Benjamin Bock continues playing as he likes to do, spend a lot of time in the opening, and then in the end always ending up in some time scramble. The chair was in the way. There's nothing I can do for you guys to believe that I'm here in Roatan, Honduras, by the pool with an amazing view. I guess I'll have to buy you all a plane ticket so you can come and see by yourselves. But then I challenge you all to play in the next event, which will be held here in Roatan, Honduras. I'm not sure when it's gonna be held, but most likely this will be an annual event, and next time you can all participate in the qualifier yourselves and get a chance to play against the Grandmasters in the semi-final and the finals. So D5 is on the board between Benjamin Bock and Alexander Bortnik. Benjamin Bock played E4 relatively quickly. He should have a response against the natural move D5. The donut hole is not interested in playing, but will chill by the pool. We do see on the camera Alexander Bortnik went up from the board, and the question for the audience: do you think he's going to look at the board of Lenier Dominguez, or do we think he's grabbing himself another cup of coffee? Which of those alternatives would you bet your house and your money? There we have it. Here's the solution. There is Bortnik has grabbed another cup of coffee. And the winner are those who were able to guess that. What's on the line during the last round? Actually, a lot is on the line. It's so first place is already secured. 1 Bitcoin has been awarded to Alexander Grishuk. That's around 70,000 US dollars, and now they are competing for the second prize. Alexander Bortnik and Lenier Dominguez are fighting for half a Bitcoin, which is worth $35,000. And then there is the third place, which is a quarter of Bitcoin. So that would mean around $17,500, which is also a good price. But obviously 35 is a bit more, so still a lot to play for. And don't forget, there is also one black horse in this. Dark horse, it's called Dark Horse, and that is David Anton, who is currently on 4th place, and he is able to actually catch both Lenier Dominguez and Bortnik if they both lose and he wins his game against Jorge Corey. So there can still be a 3-way tie for that 2nd place, but a lot has to go in his way, David Anton, but still there are chances, so anything can still happen, and there's still a lot at stake. The only one the result doesn't really matter for is the winner, Alexander Grishuk. He can lose, he can draw, he can win, doesn't matter what happens. He is the winner of the Bitcoin Chess 960 Championship 2026, and the price of 1 Bitcoin, which is $70,000. There is also prizes for the 4th place and also the 5th place. I do not have, I'm not 100% sure what those prizes are. There is actually, yes, Donut, there has been added prizes. There will be prizes for the 4th place and also for the 5th, but not for the 6th. It was to avoid so-called match fixing for the last few games. Just it would be bad for the tournament if the last few places had nothing to play for in the last round, and then they could kind of agree with the top players to lose the game and get a reward and stuff like this. It's all just to prevent this, so no match fixing. So every game has something to play for, basically. So the 6th place is leaving Honduras without anything, but there will be prizes for 4th and 5th, and I'm not sure how much, but it's not taking from the Bitcoin pool. There has been added price, so the prize food has been added. I'm not 100% sure how much. I do believe it's $15,000, but I'm not sure how much is for the 4th and how much is for the 5th. So yes, so there's still a lot of play. There's a lot of at stake, to be honest, for all of the players to get that 3rd spot, 4th spot, and also 5th spot. So it's there's money up for grabs for everyone. At the moment, it's Jorge Corey who has the unfortunate 6th spot, but if he is able to win his game, he's in the competition for money as well. So that's why there was added more prize fund to the tournament, just to prevent this from happening. We do have a result. We have to go to board number 2. As you see, players are gone from the board. As I predicted, they have made a quick draw. Lenier Dominguez against Alexander Grishuk, and this means that Alexander Bortnik has to make a point, has to get a point from his game against Benjamin Bock. So now there's a lot of pressure on Alexander Bortnik. If Bortnik loses, then Lenier Dominguez gets that 2nd place. So Bortnik has to make a draw or win his game. If Bortnik wins the game, he gets the 2nd place. If he makes a draw, there will be an Armageddon playoff against Mr. Dominguez. Question from Weak Player. There's a question about hotel expenses and airfare. I'm not gonna comment each player's deals from coming here. Everybody has different deals, so I cannot speak on other people's behalf. But there's a big money online. There's also on the line, and there's also been a side event which was called King of the Hill. It was a throne I spoke about earlier today, where they could also earn money by playing chess all day, basically. So there's definitely a lot of money on the line, and also definitely a risk of coming here and leaving without nothing. But that's the chance we are taking. Again, we have a question about, is the background view real? Yes, it is, Weak Player. It is real. But nobody believes me. That's very unfortunate. Benjamin Bock has to move his bishop now. Alexander Bortnik plays the move b5. I assume his bishop would like to stay on the diagonal. I'll just take a picture. Let me see. Thank you. I now have the list of the full prize fund. Let me see. I have now been notified by the organizers here. So as I said, first place is 1 Bitcoin. Second place is half a Bitcoin. Third place is a quarter Bitcoin. And then the fourth is, I don't know how to say this in numbers, but it's 0.125 Bitcoins. I guess someone can calculate that quickly and put in chat. And fifth place will be 0.0625 Bitcoin. So if someone could calculate that for me, that would be cool, so I can understand. So fourth place 0.125 Bitcoin. Fifth place is 0.0625 Bitcoin. Yes, that's pretty cool that they added more prizes. I think that's good for the tournament because we would see a situation in the last round where people could speak to each other, maybe text each other and ask, okay, if you win the game, I'll give you a reward because then I get a bigger amount. So I think this is very good from the organizers just to prevent this match fixing. We don't want to have such a tournament. So that was a good idea. 1/8 and 1/16. And how much is that in dollars at the current Bitcoin price? Yes, fifth is half of fourth, fourth is half of third. And third is half of second, and second is half of first. Just quick math. $8,531. And that is for fourth place or fifth place? That's for fourth, yeah, I guess. Thank you, chat, for helping with the calculations. That's for 125. Okay, so $8,500 for getting that fourth place. There's a lot of money online here. And yes, of course, it would be nice to have a prize for sixth one as well, but it's also about wanting the players to fight, because if there will be prizes for everyone, maybe they would just not really care about the games, make quick draws, and because everybody will be happy about their prizes. But now everyone has to fight. There's nerves, there's drama, all the way until the last round. That is why it's not for top 6, basically. Fifth place is 0.0625 Bitcoin, so half of fourth place. Yes, you could be surprised that there's not more top of the top players, but maybe they're. I mean, it's a big risk. You can go here and you can risk leaving without nothing. Like Hans Niemann, who was probably the biggest favorite of the tournament, he was already eliminated in the double elimination, so it's not an easy field. And also there are other tournaments, and for many players, they don't really like to travel too far, and yeah. They like to stay in Europe and stuff in America. So, but we have a nice group here. 8th Grandmaster has been here through the whole week, enjoying chess, enjoying Honduras, enjoying the weather, enjoying good food and good company. We all become very good friends. Yeah. So fifth place gets $4,265, which is also a good price. But unfortunately for the sixth place, we'll leave without nothing. So let's have a look into the game. Let's see if we can get a view of the players. Here they are. Benjamin Bock playing with the white pieces. So Benjamin Bock, let me have a look at his tournament situation at the moment. What is he fighting for? Because Bortnik has to make a draw or win the game. I think Bortnik will be a favorite if he makes a draw in the upcoming Armageddon playoff. So let me see the standing. So Benjamin Bock is on 3.5, so he can maximum go up to 4th place. So he's playing for still some prize money. And also, if he loses, then Corey can catch him, and then Benjamin Bock might end up on 6th place and leave without nothing. So still, that's why they're adding some prize money and also leaving 6th place without nothing to keep the nerves and the action going on throughout all of the rounds. I really like how they're doing it. So there's a lot of nerves and a lot can happen still. Yes, even David Anton. So it's actually quite fascinating because David Anton, he is fighting for... actually now he's not fighting for second place anymore because Lanier has made a draw. But before the round, he could actually end up with second place, and he can also end up on the last place, sixth place. Because if he loses, then Corey moves up to the same score of 4 points. And if Benjamin Bock wins or draws, then David Anton will share the last place and will have to play a playoff. So there's a lot of stake, but now he's playing for a possible third place or a possible last place. So anything can still happen. And Benjamin Bock has left the building. Alexander Bortnik is looking around, looking at the other game. Should I make a draw? Should I try and play for a win? How good are my odds in case of a Armageddon tie-break playoff? And Benjamin Bock is looking at the other position, looking at his chances. He obviously doesn't want to get the last spot. But a draw, it could be... Actually, we might get a massive tiebreak here. If Alexander Bortnik and Benjamin Bock makes a draw, there will be a playoff for the second place, Armageddon playoff. And if Jorge Corey beats David Anton, we will have a three-way tiebreak Armageddon for the last places, actually. So this might end up being a massive chaos, actually. Let me have a look at how they're doing. How is Jorge Corey doing against David Anton? Here they are. Let me see, board 1. Here they are. David Anton with the white pieces. We have a question. Is a draw okay here, or do we need a win? So if Alexander Bortnik wins his game, he has secured the second spot and half a Bitcoin. If he makes a draw, he is guaranteed third place, but he will be fighting against Lanier Dominguez in a Armageddon tiebreak for the second place. So I'm predicting it will be a draw and an Armageddon playoff, but you never know because we don't know what Benjamin Bock is thinking, if he wants to play hard for a win or not. But if he wins, then he's guaranteed second place and half a Bitcoin, which is a massive price as well. So still a lot at stake, and I really like this. JS, did your Bundesliga team make it during your absence this weekend? Well, I'll tell you that I don't have a Bundesliga team anymore. I played one season. I played for St. Pauli in the German Bundesliga, but that was my first season and my only season. And I'm not sure if I will play more Bundesliga. It was not really my style. I didn't really like the how it's organized. I mean, it's a strong tournament. All the best players are playing, but I don't really like how it's organized. All the teams are playing in different cities, and there's a lot of traveling, and you're playing in all these tiny, not even cities, but small towns. So you have to go to a major airport, let's say Friday evening. You get to your major airport, you have to take trains, buses to get to a place, and then you're staying in a small town. Not really any good accommodation options, no restaurants. And then you wake up early in the morning to play a game, and then you wake up early in the morning next day to play a game, and then you're just going back the same day. So it's quite stressful, and it doesn't really suit my style of playing professional chess. So yeah, I didn't really like the way of play, to be honest. So that's why I'm not playing the Bundesliga anymore. Maybe in the future, but for now, I wasn't really a big fan. And that's also why I have been avoiding it for so many years. But I wanted to give it a chance because I was offered to play on the same team as Magnus. I thought, okay, it will probably be fun, but yeah, I didn't enjoy it at all. So that's the truth behind that. So yes, I'm not playing the Bundesliga anymore. If we want to give Bock a chance, we need a draw. And then there will be 2 Armageddons. Yes, that is correct. I'm kind of hoping, because I'm a spectator, I'm hoping that there will be a draw, so we get an Armageddon playoff. And I'm hoping Corey to beat David Anton, so we get a 3-way Armageddon tiebreak. And that will be so, so interesting. Yes, I did like the city. I did like Hamburg. Hamburg is a nice place, but we were not too much in Hamburg. We had some. I mean, Hamburg. When we played in Hamburg, it was pretty nice. Playing venue was pretty cool, but the away days was not the best. And for those that know Germany, they know that the public transport is not really the best. It's usually a lot of delays, and yeah. Those who know, they know. Let's have a look at the position here. David Anton is up on time against Jorge Corey, and if we are neutral viewers, we want Corey to win. If you're David Anton fan, you want David Anton to win. It's that simple. Position is more or less balanced. I do think David Anton has the better position. I don't like the bishop on a8. And I don't like that he's knighted so early on e4. I think just d3 next move, and just to kick the knight away. Knowing Corey, he'll probably go g5 and just go full crazy mode. I mean, he has nothing to lose. Corey's on the last spot there. I mean, if he can make a draw, he can actually catch Benjamin Bock if Benjamin Bock loses. But I think Corey knows that he will have to go all in to win the games. Yeah, Norwegian train delays is also one of the worst. I thought Norway had the worst public transport when it comes to trains, but then I went to Germany, and I would probably say that Germany is actually much worse, and that says a lot coming from a Norwegian, so that was not my cup of tea. Okay, they're not playing too fast here. Let's move to Benjamin Bock and Alexander Bortnik. Let's see how they're doing. They both look kind of uninterested. I wonder what they're thinking. Queen b6 check. I think you should move. No, wait. If king h1, there's bishop takes g2 check. King takes g2, queen g6 check. And the knight on d3 is falling, if I'm not mistaken. You could also go king h1, queen g6 immediately. But then you're giving the chance. Yes, you can. King h1, knight g6, queen g6, knight e1, queen takes b1, rook takes b1, rook takes d2. You're a pawn up, you're completely winning. So I think he has to go knight f2. Oh, he goes rook f2. Yeah, rook f2 makes sense. But now, just looking at the position, I think maybe Bortnik has an excellent position. Maybe he's able to win this one. That knight is not well placed on d3. Rook is a bit stupidly placed on f2. Yeah, I think Bortnik has an excellent position. I think Bortnik has good chances to win this game. And I think he should go for it. Because this is his chance to not having to go through an Armageddon. Because we all know Armageddons, they could go all the different directions. He can lose, he can draw. I mean, there's no draw. I mean, he can lose or win, basically. But there is the chance of lose. But if he wins against Benjamin Bock, he will guarantee himself that second place and half a Bitcoin, and that's a lot of money. Rook f2 on the board. Benjamin Bock down to 10 minutes. Alexander Bortnik down to 15 minutes. Having a sip of some fresh coconut from the tree right outside of the villa here. Yes, might be too early to say, but I think Bortnik should try. But I'm just a bit curious the way Benjamin is looking. He's looking a bit uninterested, but I think he should focus. I think he's worse. I think you have to focus, Mr. Benjamin. I think you are worse. So what happens? What happens if I go bishop e4? Bishop e4, bishop c2, and then I want to go queen g6. I think you can maybe go knight e1 and barely survive. Knight f5, we do have a move, knight f5. Centralizing that knight, opening up for the bishop on f8 to potentially go to c5 at some point. Rook takes d3 is in the air, followed by bishop c5. Bishop e4 is also a possibility. Knight from c7 can also go to e6. I'm liking Bortnick's chances here. I do like them. I think he's definitely the favorite both on the board and also when it comes to the clock situation. And there is one thing we could see in every round, and that is Alexander Bortnick is playing much better with the black pieces. He doesn't like to be white in chess 960. And now he gets to play with the black pieces after 2 losses in a row with the white pieces. Knight e1 on the board. So what happens if bishop c5? There will be d4 happening. Oh no, if bishop c5, there is bishop f takes f7 check. King takes f7, queen takes f5 check, followed by d4, then white is winning. So he has to be careful here. Alexander Bortnick probably go g6, protect his knight. Let's see what he's playing. Yes, g6, and then you are renewing your threat of bishop c5. And no, I still think he has a great position. If you would like to prevent bishop c5, then you have to go d5 yourself. But then there's a juicy square on e3 for the knight. Yeah, no, still great chances for Alexander Bortnick here. I think Benjamin has to be careful. Only 9 minutes left. So what do we think, chat? Do you believe in your guy, Alexander Bortnick, or do you think he should settle for a draw to not risk losing? Let's have a look at the other game. Wait, this is the same position. Yeah, this is, sorry, this was just me and not the stream. Where's the Corey game? Here's the Corey game. David Anton with the white pieces against Corey. Knight to c5 has been played. Shuffling around a bit. That knight is probably going to end up on e6. Go big or go home, they say. Yes, but at the same time he's risking, if he loses against Benjamin Buck, then he will be third. And even maybe fourth, because if David Anton wins this game, he will catch Mr. Bortnick, and they will fight for that third spot. So this is what's fun with this tournament. There's always some exciting games going on. Still money at stake. Money up for grabs for all of the players. The sun is actually starting to set here in the background. It's so beautiful. I've had the sun in my neck for now the last 2 hours. So h4 by David Anton, that's very aggressive. I do like it. I do like it though, because the king is a bit stuck on g8 for the moment. And if you can just push h5, h6, then that was a gecko. Then his position looks great. I mean, he has the space advantage. He can continue at some point going g3, bishop h3. But I do like h4. I do like h4. I do like the way this game is going for David Anton. But Corey will try to make a huge mess because he has to win. He has to win. He can make a draw, but I think in general he will have to win. Corey will have to win to try to get some money. that's purely based because he doesn't know what's up with Benjamin Bok board. Here it is. What's happening? Bortnik went at some point bishop a3, followed by bishop b2. Look at those knights. Look at these knights. Knight on f5, knight on d5. Total control over the entire board. Those pawns on d4, e5, f4 might look beautiful, but they are just targets in the long run. And the bishop on b2 is just stuck on b2 for the remainder of the game, just to protect his pawn on d4. I do think that Bortnik still has a great position. He's up on the clock, 12.5 minutes against 7 minutes. I do think there are great chances for Bortnik to win this game. Bishop e7 is on the board. I don't see any moves for Benjamin Bok. Where to put his pieces? What about knight d3? Do you want to put your knight to d3 to c5 maybe? Knight to d3. You have to be a bit careful of all these knight e3 ideas as well. I guess knight d3 looks natural. Bishop goes to c2. Makes a lot of sense. Try to eliminate that knight on f5, and also if the knight moves, you can go f5 yourself. Maybe that's his idea even. Let's say knight f e3. Will he just shoot forward with his pawn on f5? Maybe Bortnik should consider bringing the other knight to e3, knight d e3, so he can take back. He goes knight f e3. Now there's a big question here. Will Benjamin Bok play f5, or will he move his bishop to d3 first, or e4? Bishop e4 is a natural move, but he can now strike with f5 and try to create some chaos on the board. This is a risky gameplay from both. Risky strategies. We like it. We do like it. We like chaos on the board. Bishop e4 is on the board. Bishop e4 is on the board. 6.5 minutes for Benjamin Bok, 12 minutes for Alexander Bortnik. Almost double the time. Now Bortnik has to make a choice. I did even consider a move like f5, but it looks a bit too crazy. Because if f5 and they do en passant e takes f6, you can just take back with the bishop or the knight. And the pawn structure of white is a bit demolished, so f7, f5 is a possibility. So I assume if f5 he will step back with his bishop to d3. And then I'm not sure if that was a good idea from black or not. But I do think f5 is an interesting option. I do think it's an interesting option. We are close to the sun setting on the horizon here. Sun is setting. It's a beautiful time to commentate on chess. Bishop e4. Bishop e4. What's going on between David Anton and Jorge Cori? d4. I like d4. He's closing the position. That bishop on a8 is so buried. That will never join the game. And now he's just going to concentrate. He's going to go g3. He's going to put his bishop on h3 or g2, and he's going to play knight f4 at some point, just taking complete control over the light squares. Pawn is going to move to h5. David Anton is in the driver's seat for this one. Jorge is in big problems. Will he leave Honduras with 0 Bitcoin, or will he strike back and turn this game around? We do have some changes in the game between Bok and Bortnik. Castle is on the board. What about f5? What about f5 here? Benjamin Bok. What about f5? Isn't that an interesting option? F5 is threatening f6. Black cannot go f6 themselves because then there's f takes g6. What about f5? I think that is something he should seriously consider. g5. Does black have to go bishop g5 maybe? A bishop g5 just to not lose your bishop, I guess. Interesting. f5. It's on my radar. Let's see if Benjamin Bock is going to play this move or not. How are they looking? Taking a sip of his cup of coffee, Alexander Bortnik. This has to be maybe the 12th, 13th, 14th cup of coffee he had today. And this is the last game of the tournament. Very important game. After this game, he can relax as much as he wants. Enjoy his last day here in Roatan, Honduras, as he's leaving tomorrow back to the US and Charlotte. That's a lot of coffee indeed. And you know, there's one thing that we don't know, and that is what happened during the lunch break. Because Bortnik during lunch break, then he's destroying those cup of coffee. So I don't know if 15 is on the lower side of the numbers or if it's on the upper side. But he's enjoying his coffee. Benjamin Bock is sticking with his bottle of water. But Benjamin Bock, you cannot continue like this. You are down to 4 minutes. You have to make a move. You know how lethal Bortnik is when being low on time. He will create a lot of problems for you. You have to play faster. This is not acceptable. You don't have time for this. There's a lot at stake, Benjamin. There's a lot at stake. He's playing with the pieces. He is playing with the pieces. He's very unsure. Is he considering f5? So maybe you have to go for it. Or does he consider it too risky? Is he afraid of losing and ending up leaving Honduras without any cash? f5. Maybe he's not aware of the situation on the other board, because I do think that Jorge is in a terrible situation. Oh wow, he actually goes all the way for long castle. That's a move I always forget about. Now I actually think he's okay, because I just forget about that opportunity. Wow, long castles, bishop comes back to b7. Now it's not clear at all. Knight takes d6, queen takes c6. This is definitely open. What's the time? I can barely see it. Let me put on the stream, because then I can see a bit easier. Let's see here, 250 for Corey, 9:29 for David Anton. Wow, he's up 7 minutes. That's a lot. I have to drink and my voice is getting dry. My throat is getting dry, I guess. Okay, knight takes d6, we saw. Queen takes d6. This is very interesting, because now they're castled opposite sides of the board. David Anton's king will have to stay on g1, and Corey's king will stay on b8, and it actually looks very safe. Maybe Corey can just launch an attack with g5, h5, pressure that king on g1. This is now very open, and Corey is now starting to play faster. He knows that 3 minutes, he doesn't have the time to think too long. h6. What about h5 from white now, followed by knight h4, completely dominating those light squares. I do think h5 is a good move now, but we have to jump back to the board, between the game between Benjamin Bock and Alexander Bortnik. f5 did not happen. Knight d3 happened, and then knight g4 was quickly played by Bortnik. We do see Benjamin Bock is down to 1.5 minutes. We have to show the video. We have to show the video. He's down to 1.5 minutes. Okay, I see that the live stream is actually half a minute behind. So please let me know. Do you want to stay with the camera being half a minute behind, or do you want to have the live board and my face and then be live? That's up to you guys. We try to fix it, because obviously you would like to see the players when it's such a tense moment. But it's always sucks to be half a minute behind, of course. But that's up to you guys. For me, it doesn't really matter. Knight to g4. Where are you going to move your rook? Stay like this, you were saying, Kili? Yes, I agree. Players plus 10 cement. Let's stick with this one. And I'll also keep an eye on the Corey game. In the Corey game, actually h5, knight h4 happened, so let's stick to this one. Yes, exactly. Like 30 plus K is no laughing one. It's a huge amount. That's why I think Bortnik really wants to go for this. And now we actually have f5 move, which I mentioned earlier. f5 is on the board. En passant, e takes f6. You can take with so many pieces now. Maybe knight g takes f6. I think knight g takes f6 is a good move, because then you're getting that bishop. This is very difficult for Benjamin Book. I think he has the worst position. He's down to 1 minute and Bortnik has 10 minutes on the clock. This will be very, very hard for Benjamin Book. Knight g takes f6 is on the board. Knight to c5. Benjamin Book will have a tough time here. This is not gonna be easy, but we did see his game against Grishuk. He did play very well with being short on time, but that situation was a bit different because that was more equal. How much increment? They are playing 25 plus 10, so they get 10 seconds per move. Take e4, queen takes e4. Just look at that bishop on a8. Look how beautiful that is. You would like to move your knight away from d5 to create a pin, but at the moment the bishop on e7 will be hanging, so I guess you will have to move this one. But queen e6 check is a threat. Queen e6 is a threat. He has to prevent queen e6 check from happening. But what can he do? It's not that easy. Rook f6? Is rook f6 a move? That looks very strange. Then maybe f5 is possible, so 1 minute and 24 seconds for Benjamin Book against Alexander Bortnik's 9 minutes, 9 whole minutes. At the other board, I see that they've exchanged a few pieces. I do think David Anton has the edge. So if David Anton wins and Bortnik wins, it will be no tiebreaks, unfortunately. And Jorge Corey will be the one ending up with no money. But let's see, the game is not over. None of the games are over actually, so a lot of things can still happen. But David Anton is putting Corey under pressure, and Bortnik is also putting Bock under pressure. He has now been thinking for some time. Bortnik now down to 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Benjamin Bock down to 1 minute and 24 seconds. Queen on e4. The threat is simple. It's queen e6 check. Queen takes e6, knight takes e6, creating a fork on those rooks on d8 and f8. How will Bortnik solve this one? Definitely not bishop takes c5. That will open up for the bishop on b2. D takes c5 followed by queen d4 would almost lead to checkmate. Having a long think here, Alexander Bortnik. I'm not sure if my suggested move rook f6 is the best move. It's definitely an alternative, preventing any piece on dropping down on the square e6. And Benjamin Bock now is super concentrated. Bortnik also having this lethal look. But I do think that when he first took on e4, he thought that, okay, this is a good position, and then he realized queen e6 check is actually a dangerous threat. Benjamin Book goes up from the board. He's checking the situation in the other board. He's hoping Corey to lose so he can secure that 5th spot and go back home with around $4,000, which is better than nothing, of course. $4,000 is a very good weekly salary. That's the period of time we have spent here in Honduras. 1 week. 1 week with a lot of chess, a lot of fun, good friendship, and a lot of excitement. So he did play a move. Oh, this is what he was calculating. Knight takes f4. Wow. Queen takes e7. Now there's gonna be a huge mess. Was this the correct way to play? I don't know. This looks very dangerous. Unless he's gonna play rook d8 or something. Oh, I don't like this choice from Bortnik. If rook d8, I think queen takes f8 check is a good move. So maybe rook fe8? Yes, rook fe8. Rook fe8, yeah? So now he might win. He's taking a lot of risk, but if it works, it works. So yeah, as I say, if this works, the game is over. There's no coming back from Benjamin Book. He has 1 minute to solve this. 1 minute. It does look like it's working. But I am not 100% sure. But this is not the position you would like with 40 seconds. Holy, 40 seconds on the clock. I think it's working. This is what he was calculating all the time. Alexander Bortnik. What a tactical beast. Rook fe8. Maybe it's not working according to the computer, but practically it's a monstrous move. It's a great move. A great combination, I would say, but I also think it's actually working. I don't see any defense, and Bok 7, 6, 5. He makes the move. Queen e8. Yeah, now it definitely works. Bortnik is going to win this game. What about knight takes f4? You're gonna have 3 pieces for the queen, but I don't think it's enough. Bishop takes f3. G takes f3. Queen f6 maybe. Queen f6. He's got this, Alexander Bortnik. He just needs to be a bit careful now. But I do think he's going to win this game. Queen f6. Followed by queen g5 check. Queen f6. If knight g2, I think there's rook e2 even. And you can also take that pawn on f3. I do think, yes, queen f6 might be the move. Queen f6. Maybe knight c d3. Let's see. I do think I know which line you are talking about, Keely. That was actually my main line in my head. I'm not sure which one you're talking about, but I believe I was calculating rook takes f4, rook takes e2, rook f8 check. If king takes the rook, there's knight d7 check. So I thought king g7, and then I thought you take the bishop on a8, rook takes b2, and then you bring the rook from c1 to e1 or f1 and something like that, and you have compensation. I'm not sure if that's the line you're referring to, but that's at least what I was calculating in my head. So queen f6, knight c d3, g5. He's just gonna take that pawn on f3, and the knight on d3 will be hanging as well. I don't think the knight has any good moves. He has to go to g2, I think. Yes, Keely, yes, that was the one. Maybe Bok missed it. Yes, queen takes f3. Rook is going to land on e2. Game seems almost over. Knight de1 is the only possibility, I think. Or knight e5. Knight e5 is on the board. Queen e2. Try to take that bishop in the corner. Queen e2. What about queen e2, bishop a1, rook f8, with the idea queen f2 check, king h1, queen f1 check, which will lead to checkmate. It looks like it's almost impossible to do something about that threat. Queen e2, bishop moves, rook f8 seals the deal. I think rook f8 is the killer blow. Rook f8 will happen. Only move will be h3, and then rook f2 will land on the board, and that's all she wrote. At least I think. Rook f8, rook f8, h3, rook f2, rook c8, check, king g7, rook c7. Yeah, it's actually not that clear, to be honest. He plays b4. He just wants to go a4, b3. Yes, h3 is a good move. The knight is well placed on g4. Getting some luft for his king. There it is, h5. Stopping that knight. What about, he played rook e1, I guess. Oh, knight d7. That's an interesting one. He's threatening knight f6, and he also wants to open up for the bishop on a1 with the move d5. Might create some counterplay here, but his problem is the knight on g2. The knight on g2 is horribly placed. I mean, it's protecting the king, but it has no future. Someone is calling. Sorry. I don't know how to decline. Let me see. Okay. Sorry about that. Knight d7. How's the time situation? Bortnik still with 4 minutes. That's a lot of time. Is that 4 minutes, or can I not read? I think it's 4 minutes. And Benjamin Bock is down to still 20 seconds. Knight d7. You cannot really move your king. I think you have to move your rook, I think. Okay, so what happens? Rook e7. Oh, he's moving his queen. Queen d2, maybe. Is that the killer blow? Queen e6. Sherlock wants queen d2, rook e2. Yes, I think that was a good possibility. Knight back to e5. What about taking on a2? And that's an important pawn. Yeah, now those pawns are going to run. So what's up in the other game? They're still playing. Okay. Rook f1. Again, I think he wants to go rook d7. Yeah, rook f8. That's a good move. That's the GM move. And now the rook will have to move. You cannot trade rooks. Rook will have to move to d1 or c1. And those pawns will just start marching. a4, b3. Maybe rook f2 even here. Yeah, I think rook f2 wins the game. Rook f2, knight e3. And then rook e2 wins the game. That's the winning mechanism. Or b3. d5, I think still rook f2 wins the game. Yeah, or just b2. Benjamin Bock realizes that he is going to lose this game. Pawn is going nowhere. He did resign the game. Bortnik wins the game. Bortnik secures the second. Are they still playing? Oh, there it is. There's the resignation. Bortnik secures the second place of the tournament. Comes home to Charlotte with half a Bitcoin, which is, what did we say? $35,000. That's a lot of money. That's a great salary for just a week playing chess. Well done to Bortnik. He played amazing chess throughout the entire event. Very well deserved to Bortnik, who goes home with a half Bitcoin. And that means that Linear Dominguez has the third place, goes home with a quarter Bitcoin. And then it's all about that fourth spot. And let me see. I think that goes to David Anton, unless he loses. Let's jump to that game. There it is. They're still playing. So as long as David Anton doesn't lose, he will have the fourth place. Unfortunately, Bortnik didn't win the tournament, but I think second place is still amazing. You cannot complain. I think if he was told before he came here that if he would get half a Bitcoin after the tournament, he would be very, very happy. So I think he is proud of himself, and he should definitely be walking home with such an amount of money that is well deserved for Alexander Bortnik. Now we have Jorge Corey with the black piece against David Anton Guijaro. I guess I can switch to the live stream. Here we have the players. Thank you, Eric Blair. Thank you very much. That's very nice to hear. I'm glad you enjoyed my commentary. Yes, second place is amazing. Second place is great. So he should be happy, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna be happy. I'll talk to him after the tournament, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna be happy. And I think he's mostly happy about that this tournament is finally over. I think it's been a lot of stress for him throughout all these days, playing these important games, and also being in the lead for so many rounds. Also probably created a lot of pressure for him. So this is going to be nice. I'm pretty sure he's gonna do a nice stream for you guys at some point, maybe when he's back in Charlotte, and he can talk about the tournament for you guys and give some more insights. So bishop takes h5. That was a pawn. I do like David Anton's position here, but Corey doesn't care. He's just picking up pieces. Rook on b6 is so oddly placed. Am I seeing this right? Yes, Corey is down to 14 seconds. David Anton is down to 25 seconds. This one is interesting. So if Jorge Corey wins this game, it will be a tie for the 5th and 4th. And then actually if Corey wins this game, that leaves Benjamin Bock on the 6th spot without going home to St. Louis with any money. So that would be unfortunate for Benjamin Bock. Bishop e2 arrives on the board. But what about knight b4? What about knight to b4? Or queen c5 on the board? Knight b4 is a huge threat. Well, knight e7 is a threat. Knight e7 is a massive threat. I think David Anton has this under control, which means that there will be no Armageddon games. That's unfortunate. No, I have never commentated anything. I don't think I've ever commentated Title Tuesday either. Never done any commentary. I'm just a chess player. I have no experience with commentary, so it was nice to try for once. Rook takes b5. Rook takes b5. Is it possible? Rook takes b5. Rook takes b5 on the board. You're not able to go queen takes b5. You have to go rook takes b5. No. But then there's knight c6 check. Game is over. David Anton is winning this game. Queen takes b5. Knight c6 check. King c8. Queen takes b5. Rook takes b5. Knight takes a7. Game is over. Jorge Corey is going to resign this game. David Anton gets the 4th spot. Benjamin Bock gets the 5th spot, and Jorge Corey gets the unfortunate 6th spot and leaves Roatan, Honduras, without any prize money, unfortunately for him. And that will conclude our event. And it's a great event, I would say. He keeps playing on, but the game is going to last. Only a few more moves. Queen takes b5, followed by knight takes d8. Or knight takes d8 for it, doesn't really matter. Thank you very much, guys, for the nice comments. I really appreciate it. There it is. Handshake it is. Jorge Corey loses the game. David Anton had a great streak today. He was struggling on the first day, and today he won quite a few games, which puts him in the 4th spot, and that makes him leave with 0.125 Bitcoin, which is around why are they calling me? Okay, sorry about that. That makes him live with wasn't it $8,500 for David Anton? That's amazing. And then there's $4,200 something for Benjamin Bock, and unfortunately there will be $0 Bitcoin, $0 for Jorge Corey. But he was fighting very well, and he was actually able to beat Alexander Bortnik, as remember, in today's earlier rounds. I think it was round 2, which ruined Bortnik's chances for the first spot. So I guess, let me turn the screen to me. I guess that concludes this year's Bitcoin Chess 960 Championship 2026 here in Roatan, Honduras. And what a way to end the event. The sun is setting. Actually, I'll bring the computer so you can enjoy. Let's have a nice view of the sunset here in the background. Here it is. Roatan, Honduras. Bitcoin Chess 960 Chess Championship is concluded here in Honduras. Alexander Bishop is the 2026 champion of this event and goes back home to Russia with 1 Bitcoin. And Bortnik takes the 2nd spot, and Lenier Dominguez takes the 3rd spot. So thank you all for watching this event, and I guess Bortnik will probably speak to you guys later and talk about the tournament. Thank you very much, and see you guys later.